Chicken called me the goat. Oh my gosh. I'm so honored. He sent me a gift. I'm so honored. I aspire to be like Chicken one day. Now, when I become 50, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I can ever reach that, but I do aspire to be like Chicken when I'm 50. And Mermaid's back. Well, that's the information somebody told me. I thought you were like 50, so apparently it was wrong. Yeah. It was actually Mermaid who gave me that information too. Yeah. So I've I'm off today, so now I'm going live. I'm going live more. So now none of y'all can complain. I don't know about that, Chicken. Hi, Mr. Kuroshi. I haven't seen Mr. Kuroshi in ages. He's also 50? Yeah. Well, with all that wisdom at that age, hopefully he would see the truth now. If you want to give reparations, by all means, um, it's good. It's good to do that. Yeah. Wow, she took the words out of me. I was gonna make a reaction to the Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson debate, but it is so long. It is so long. Because I've been hearing a lot of polarizing things. I really do want to watch that. So if anybody wants to come up and express your opinion, by all means. I did this prompt because I saw someone talk about it, and they talked about Conor McGregor, so I might as well have this conversation too. Oh, you have an opinion? Please speak your mind, Chicken. You're free to speak your mind in my kingdom. Being old is okay. That's true. 21 Pilots song. I forgot it even existed. Being old is okay. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. You're right. It is. It depends. Well, actually, it depends on how old. So this prompt is pretty self-explanatory. Oh, I forgot to mention Chicken made this. I forgot. Now, yeah, my wife wasn't too fond of it. So we had to do some re thoughts about it. But you know, we accepted it. It's like, okay, this is good. We can use this. Like, no, Riley, you gotta be grateful. Sweet Chicken made this for us, so we're gonna use it. Teriyaki. Yes, I actually really do like teriyaki. Yes, yes. Yeah, I think it is pretty fair. But some people, at least when it comes to, you know, a certain crime or certain series of crimes, that's pretty much thrown outside the window. I haven't been live in so long, even though I was live literally a few days ago. But don't worry, guys, I'm back. The amazing Protect is back. I'm gonna be going live more often. So I know you guys miss me. I know the Pitchfork mob, everybody blocked me and everybody hates me, but don't worry, I'm back. I have my amazing mods who are fantastic people. Mr. Judge is in here. And Jellyfish is in here. Hello, hello, welcome. I mean, they don't like me either, but you know. If anybody is confused about the prompt, ask, please. I'll try my best to answer your question. You might hear some tapping. That's me on a controller right now. If you want to make a prompt for me, by all means, if you have a prompt idea. You know, I asked Mermaid to make a prompt, but that accomplished nothing. Does Mermaid even make prompts? I'm not sure. All right. Anybody want to have this conversation? It's pretty self-explanatory here. Should we, the Me Too movement slogan, or the principle of innocent until proven guilty? What do you think here? Because I think that principle literally disappears when we talk about this. I haven't seen Maybe You're Right in quite some time either. And this person named Jelly Dad and Becca are in the viewers. I know a Jelly Dad. Yeah. We pray for him. Yeah. The point of no return, let's just say that. Grilled cheese, apple, what the heck is that? Bubbles, I haven't seen Bubbles in a long time. How is everybody doing? Hello, hello. Yes, Bubbles is very nice person. I mean, the problem is pretty self-explanatory. Should we believe in the principle of innocent until proven guilty, or the Me Too movement style of, believe all women, all that stuff? Pretty simple. Because when there's a certain series of crimes, innocent till proven, it's more like guilty until proven innocent. When you're accused of certain crimes. Yeah, so the Me Too. So you deny the Eucharist then? No, I don't. Why would I do that? So the Me Too movement was like around 2017. where there's like a lot of like, for example, let's say like the acting industry, there's like a lot of abuse. Like for example, a lot of employers would ask for sexual favors in order for like women to get roles in movies or shows or stuff like that. That's kind of like that, and it was a Me Too movement was a response to that. How can you ever become Catholic? What do you mean? Well, I'm not Catholic, sir. I'm not Catholic. How can you ever become Catholic? You go through OCIA. I haven't seen Rain either in a long time. Hello, how are you doing? Man, I haven't been live in a hot minute. Even though I was live like a few days ago. Yeah. And now I'm back. Well, not really, but at least in theory. Everybody blocked me. I have like no mods anymore, except for like a few of them. And so if anybody wants to come up and have this conversation, by all means, give your opinion. I believe when it comes to these series of crimes, innocent until proven guilty is basically thrown outside the window. I want Jelly Dad to come up. He has you've been talking to me. I want you to come up. Mr. Jelly Dad. Oh, he's coming up.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hi.
So have you been following that Lindsay Clancy trial?
I've been dabbling into it a little bit. It's from what I have the details is absolutely horrible.
What do you believe happened? Do you believe that, like everybody on the tickety talks are saying, that it was all engineered by the dad?
No. I can't really say too much because I don't know all the details, but I think you know what? No, I don't think he did that. I think this is from what I've heard, she did it.
Here's a theory that someone gave me. Have you seen the guy's new girlfriend and how remarkably strikingly similar she looks to Lindsay Clancy?
Oh, I didn't know that. No, no.
Well, yeah, you can put them in a side by side, and they're like identical twins almost.
Oh, okay.
So somebody ran it by me and said maybe since since Miss Clancy was in you know a psychotic break or something, maybe she dressed up as her, did the deed, you know, so all the insurance money could be gotten and all these misbegotten things could be done. And then there was one point when she said that she felt like she was outside of her body watching herself commit these horrible acts. So maybe it wasn't her, and she was just in strong delusion and stuff, and somebody else was perpetrating this crime against her.
Yeah, that seems like a little bit of a stretch, though.
Maybe a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah. Oh, the devil made me doing that type of stuff. I should probably have a prompt on that, but everybody's been talking about that. Um, I should definitely
Oh,
look more into that.
there's been a lot of crazy things going on. There's a guy in Michigan that just went on a pew pew rampage,
Yeah.
unalived a bunch of people. Then there was another family, some guy unalived his family with a screwdriver or something like that.
I think I might have heard that one. That's terrible.
A lot of stuff going on.
That's the world we live in. Yeah.
Yep. Satan's running around like a roaring lion, seeking whom
Yeah.
he may devour.
Destruction is all we know, apparently.
Yeah. I'm sorry, that was scripture. I know you don't understand scripture, that it has to be told to you, but basically it just means that devil bad.
Yeah, well, we know that, but yeah. Yeah.
In this day and age, protect. I believe that we should just believe all women and throw innocent until proven guilty out the door. So whatever women say, just believe it.
You're being sarcastic.
No, I don't know what you're
Wait.
talking about. That's my 2 cents, and I'm sticking to it. Bye bye.
All right. Thank you for giving that opinion. All right. Anybody else? Well, that was interesting. That was interesting. He was obviously joking there, but anybody actually has a serious opinion about this, by all means, come up. Should we agree with what that confused Jelly Dad said, or should we believe innocent and proven guilty should be a thing, or should it actually be I wouldn't say implemented. I mean actually represented, because like I said, when you get accused for those certain crimes, basically the kangaroo court throws that away. The public opinion, yeah, that doesn't exist. Innocent until proven guilty. Oh, pragmatic ego is. Oh, I know you. You're from Wales. I forgot. Hello. How's it over there in Wales? That's an interesting opinion. That's awesome. Oh, we got someone new. Our favorite Welsh person. Hello. Oh, they were requesting me. I don't see them anymore. That was weird. That was weird.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello, I haven't seen Big Leo in quite some time. How you doing?
I've been good, man. How are you?
I'm doing good.
That's good. Yeah, I could give my thoughts on this. I mean, I typically debate abortion, but I could give my thoughts if that's chill.
Yeah, sure.
So I feel like the middle ground is the best route to take. So I feel like if a woman says that she was essayed and the guy says that she wasn't, I feel like you should be like indifferent towards it until evidence comes out. So I wouldn't necessarily say that you should be calling this guy innocent by any means, because that's kind of like a positive assertion. I feel like you should be skeptical. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I do agree. Like if a woman were to like make this accusation, I would still entertain it as like a serious thing. I'm not just gonna like scoff it off like it's nothing. But I'm obviously not gonna like assume like the person is automatically guilty. I would
Yeah.
say like in certain probably cases, there's definitely like a high probability of people of this person, not
Hmm.
that they would be guilty. Like those groups of like the reason why I did this prompts, right?
Yeah.
Because we saw a conversation with Saucy in court about a topic like this. It was like Conor McGregor, right? Um, Stuff like that. So that case, I don't know the details of that case, but I think that how can I say it? Like those like certain people in power like positions, I would definitely be more leaning to believe the women in those cases because those are the types of people who like would do that. But like I do believe in the principle of innocent until proven guilty. I'm not saying every single person who's been acquitted of a crime is obviously innocent, but I do believe in that principle. I think it's better than the alternative. If that makes any sense.
100%. Yeah. And another thing to say, in my opinion, was if you know the person, then I think that changes things a lot. So imagine you know a woman who's always lying about things. She's always lying. If she were to tell you that she was essayed by someone, not only should you be indifferent, but you could, I think, in my opinion, you could plausibly be confident that she's lying because of her history. And then, of course, if God forbid a woman close to me were to say she was essayed, I would immediately believe her because she would, like, I know her character, if that makes
Right.
sense.
I would agree. Obviously, um, that's why I think while I do agree with this sentiment, like this, like I was bringing up the Me Too movement, but I think it's a little bit. It is somewhat related. I do believe, obviously, in people's I do believe in the intention of this, but that's why I like when you have people who are like known as like liars, it really does hurt. It's kind of like the story of the boy who cried wolf, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. And there are women who do lie, and then there's cases where they were legitimately essayed, but it's very hard for
Yeah,
them to be believed.
yeah, at
So
that point, like, if you think about the story of the boy who cried wolf, the townspeople were kind of justified in thinking that the boy was lying. So I would say that maybe, even though I'm wrong, I'm still kind of justified in not believing the woman, if that makes
yes,
sense. That's
yes.
that's my ultimate position, I guess. But well, you said something about Court and Saucy debating.
Well, it was about this. It was like weeks ago. It
Ah,
was a whole live about this. It was like something about Conor McGregor, and they were talking about. There's a few things I didn't agree there. It was like what constitutes as like coercion, and um, an example of this is like right because we were talking about like what constitutes consent, what constitutes coercion. An example of this was let's say in a relationship a woman says to her boyfriend, "Oh, you better stop playing video games, or otherwise I'm going to break up with you." Right? Would that constitute as coercion? And they each had their own opinions about that. So,
this is
that,
my. Can I, if you would,
yeah,
maybe like my. I think my take on coercion is like, I think that if someone is going to unalive, or if they will face serious repercussions because of like you telling them to do something, then I would say that's coercion. But if I tell my girlfriend like have sex with me or I'm breaking up with you, there's nothing coercive about that. Of course, it's immoral and disgusting, but if she were to give in and have intercourse with me, that's not SA to any degree.
Yes, and I think they are talking past each other. Saying something is wrong and saying something is coercion are two different things. I think you're like a pretty like trashy person to do something, but
100%.
I think in a relationship, and I think this goes for women as well. I think if you're in a relationship, I think you have a right, assuming that rights are a thing, but I think you have a right to have standards in the relationship. If a woman wants to like be with a guy or person, hey, this person better buy me flowers every single Sunday, otherwise I'm going to break up with them. I think those standards are ridiculous, but I think they have a right to have those standards. I think they can, if the person doesn't meet them, they should find someone who does.
When you say they have a right, do you mean like a legal right or a moral right? I don't think they have a moral right to do that. I think that's immoral.
Yeah, I think like more legal right, because the
Yeah, I think
conversation,
legally speaking, people can make any demands that they want inside of a relationship. I don't think that
yes. I don't
is
think they should make like anything. I think like, okay,
within
now you,
moderation, of course.
yeah. Because like I think this conversation is really more of a pragmatic issue than like a normative. I don't. I
Exactly.
think, yeah,
And what I've also heard women say that if you ask a girl for intercourse and she says no, and you ask her again and she says yes, that's somehow coercion or it's non-consensual. I think that that's ridiculous
I
because
think that's, yeah,
people can A, change their mind, or B, find themselves compelled to do something because when someone asks a bunch, it means that they really, really want it. So
yes,
to say that that's coercion or unconsensual is, in my opinion, kind of ridiculous.
yes. I agree. Um, I think, in my opinion, it kind of, I guess, I wouldn't say the word cliche, but like that's why that's why I think having this conversation is interesting, because honestly, when you think like all of those things are coercion, it kind of like loses its meaning, in my opinion. Um, but that's just me. I think I do have another question. Now, this is a question I've been hearing all the time. So, if a person like lies about their, what's it called, their political like leanings, like let's just say a woman is a conservative, and then like a man just like lies, oh yeah, I'm conservative too, yeah, just so he can like sleep with her. What do you think about that?
I don't have a. If you're asking if that's SA, no. Of course, I think it's immoral to lie to someone to sleep with them. I think lying in general is immoral.
Yes.
But no, I mean the issue is you have to consider what is the information necessary for someone to consent. And
Yes.
political ideology is not one of those things because it has frankly nothing to do with intercourse.
Yes, they did discuss that as well. um the point in contention specifically is what is and isn't essay, not necessarily what is and what isn't wrong. So I do agree with that.
I think there are some things though I would say that if you lie about, maybe you could essay someone.
Yes.
Like I'm trying to think of an example. I can't really, none really come to mind, but I'm sure that there are examples out there. Maybe if you lie about having an STD, it could be essay.
Oh yeah. I
Maybe I don't know. I don't like talking about like the gender stuff too much, but maybe if you actually probably not. I was gonna say if you lie about your gender, it might be, but actually probably I don't actually think that's essay. But I think that the STD one is absolutely essay.
I think that is absolutely egregiously immoral to do something like that. To like, yeah, to like, oh, I don't have an STD. It's like, oh, I actually do. I think that's egregiously. I think that should be enforced way more than it is right now.
Yeah, 100%. There are some things that you need to know before having intercourse, but I've never thought that things about someone's moral or political character would be relevant.
Sorry, absolutely. Well, no nonsense. What do you think about the prompt? And what do you think about what you just heard? For even here.
Those are some interesting questions y'all posed.
Yeah. I didn't come up with those questions. I heard them and I have my own opinions of what I heard. But yeah,
Yeah, I like when you guys brought up the question about lying about political affiliation. Like to me, I think that's just like you gotta chuck that one up to the game. You know, like sometimes some people just get gamed. You know what I mean?
what do you mean?
Yeah. What's that?
Like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean?
Like you know what's the who was the singer? Was it Britney Spears? I think it was Britney Spears. And she was basically talking about how some people win or lose in the game of love, basically.
Oh, I didn't know
And
she said that quote specifically. Okay.
yeah, it's basically that's what it's the one the "Oops, I Did It Again" song.
Oh yeah, yeah, yes,
You
yes.
lost in the
Yeah.
game, yeah.
Oh
Basically,
yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
yeah, I would say that fits into that category. So like sometimes you got to know when people are trying to game you. You know,
Fair point. Well, I still think it's like messed up to do that. It's like
yeah,
it should just like lie about your like I don't know. I would just call those people like simps, like very like disgusting people in society. Like I was just lying about my beliefs so I can get in bed with you. I think that's really
the
disgusting.
the panderers.
Yes.
Yeah, they'll tell a girl anything she wants just to get it, and then they'll
Yeah.
run off after. Yeah.
Yes. But I still think that's a stretch to call it SA. I don't think that's SA. Um, Wrong, yeah, but I don't think that's SA. Um,
I don't like that. It's like having to fool people. Yeah, because I
yes,
wouldn't want that to happen to me.
yeah, exactly. Um, what else? Any other thoughts about that, or anything else that was said?
There is a question. It's like if a guy was like like he essays people, so he's like a rapist,
Yeah,
and he doesn't disclose that to a woman, but they have consensual intercourse. Is that consensual intercourse?
doesn't disclose that. I would say it is like, but I think that I think that's a really bad thing to do. Like,
I agree. I agree. Yeah,
like
that's what I would say.
I mean, you could say the same thing about like a murderer. Like, if he doesn't mention like, oh, I killed like 5 people, right?
Yeah.
Would that constitute as a essay? No.
Yeah, like the entailments are ridiculous. Like, okay, so anyone that a serial killer seems to get consent is just he's essaying another person. I was like, no,
Yeah,
that does not seem right.
I do agree.
Yeah. Like women are sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I feel like women are just really confused on what coercion is. Like there was this thing like a month ago where this guy did like this weird voicemail. Have you heard of this before?
I haven't heard of. I maybe I don't know. I don't
He
know.
basically said to this girl like either have intercourse with me on the second date. Second date, by the way, crazy having intercourse on the second date. Or I don't really want to see you again. And women looked at this message and said that this is coercion, and if she were to have intercourse with him, that she'd be a victim of SA, which is ridiculous because this does not interfere at all with her ability to rationally make a decision.
All right.
All the time, we weigh out the costs and benefits of actions. So
I think, like I said, I don't agree with that guy's actions, but I think they say it as essay. I think that's too much of a stretch.
exactly.
I mean, if it was the inverse, like the woman, like, oh, you should have sex with me the second date or not, would that be coercion? I don't think that either.
Yeah, that's another thing. I feel like our intuitions are biased towards men. Like whenever you give these hypotheticals, but it's a man that's being deceived, no one has the intuition that SA is happening. But then when you switch the roles, like the intuition that the woman is being SA'd is like way more powerful. So I
Yeah,
think there's also some gender bias going on.
yeah, I agree. I don't want to go into the double standards, but I mean, it seems like it is here. Um, I think, I think we should make a distinction between action being wrong and action being essay. I think they're very, very two different things, and they have different moral weights and legal weights.
100%. Yeah, I mean, my personal opinion is that I think most intimacy that happens in real life is immoral because most of the time it's not done in like this romantic environment and they're kind of disrespecting intercourse in a way.
I
But
agree.
that's a completely separate question to whether what's happening is coercive or assault.
Yes.
I think
I,
I think
I
some of the claims of SA is another way of absolving oneself from the responsibility of their actions.
I was about to say, well, not okay. I wasn't about to say that, but I do know what you're saying. There are cases where X, Y, and Z bad thing happen, and basically, I don't know. I wouldn't say like a get out of jail free card, but like it's kind of like to absolve. I will
It
agree
kind
with
of
you.
is. It kind of is
Yeah.
because imagine you're a woman and you make this really dumb decision to sleep with a guy who gave you an ultimatum, even though he's like a scumbag, and you make a bad decision. Of course, it's convenient for you to claim that you were SA'd, and then no one's going to think that you made a bad decision. Everyone's going to think that you're a victim. So I
Right.
absolutely do think that there's some incentive to make that stretch.
Absolutely. It is more common than you think. I don't have empirical data about it, but it is more common than you think it is. Um, okay, we have Beeps here. Now, what do you think about what we heard? I don't think Beeps has ever joined my panel, but what do you think about what you've heard or the prompt?
Yo, I'm pretty uninformed in this, bro. I don't know what's going on. Like, you just wanna give me a summary of what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I mean, I really want to hear Beep's insight in this because he's very smart in ethics. Like,
Yes.
what do you think about? Do you think that there are some things that if you disclose from your partner that you have intercourse with, that you would be essentially engaged in SA? And like, what do you think the conditions for sexual coercion are? Do you think merely giving an ultimatum is sufficient?
Shit, bro. I have to give like examples, bro. I can give like Zach.
Here's one. A woman only wants to have intercourse with Chicago Bears fans. You lie and say that you're a Bears fan, and then you have intercourse with her. Was she SA'd?
No.
Okay. A
Laugh,
woman.
but a lot of people would say that is SA.
Yeah.
You laugh, but yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Here's a case that's I guess I'll give a more powerful case. A woman only wants to have intercourse with virgins. You've had intercourse with 200 women. You lie about being a virgin and then have intercourse with her. Is that SA?
Uh-oh.
I don't think so, bro. People think so, but I don't think so.
Okay. Suppose that you are a serial SAer, and then a woman agrees to have intercourse with you, not knowing that you are an SAer. Do you think that that's SA?
I mean, I don't think the act is no. I think it's
Yeah, I agree.
extremely like fucked up there. I don't think you're essaying.
Yeah, I agree. I think we converge on that issue for sure.
But I hear people say that like if you like lie about your height and try and fuck her, you're essaying it. It's like what?
Bro.
We have a lot of contentions in the comments. I think if you guys have an opinion, by all means come up. Because I think that's a very like contentious thing. A lot of people like I don't know about that, especially the height one. I think some examples hit more intuitions than others. I think the height one is like
That one does not hit my dude. Okay, so under this logic, a woman wearing makeup would be SAing me since I don't know what she looks like.
Literally.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
there's some
I
bad
didn't know that was
reductios there. Yeah.
Have you seen some of them without makeup? It's insane. They completely transform.
It's a
If I
whole
knew
new
that she looked
person.
like that, I mean, maybe I would, I'm just saying. So,
Wait, Malachi, what's the account? Like, how can you decide what's SA and what's not? Like, it's pretty vague, bro.
I think that if you have an STD, then it would be SA. What do you think, Beeps?
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
I think the thing in question has to be relevant to the act of intercourse. That's my criteria.
Wait, what did you think if someone was trans and then tell you that's SA?
I
extremely-
think that's the toughest case in my
Yeah.
opinion. I lean towards no.
Nah, I think so. I think that's SA, bro. If they don't
think
tell
it's-
you,
It's scumbag behavior.
Yeah.
bro, if I'm fucking a dude and I thought it was a woman the entire time,
I know a guy. So I remember hearing on the news there was a college football player who thought that he was sleeping with a woman, and when he found out it was a man, he unalived that person.
Oh,
Like,
whoa,
pew,
that-
pew.
don't
Yeah,
do
pew-
that. Don't do that. That's wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, that was a crazy situation.
that's insane.
Yeah. I think the STD one is like that's probably closer. Definitely the The trans one, yeah, that's hitting some intuitions. I don't know about that.
Okay, like I'm just thinking, like the last girl I had intercourse with, if I found out that she was a male right now, I probably wouldn't think of myself as a victim of SA. I'd think of myself as someone who was severely wrong.
Yeah.
I just don't have the intuition that I was SA. I guess I don't know.
I would have felt like I've been played. It's like, oh dang.
Sure, yeah.
But you think if like 6'5" Jamal just had some like can transform himself into like a woman, just like aesthetically, and then he fucked you at that like aesthetics, then turns back to 6'5" Jamal, and then comes talking to you like, bro, we had sex, man. Did you enjoy that? Like, obviously you've been SA'd.
Really? Is that supposed to be obvious? I don't know. I think it's a vague case. I don't know if it's obvious.
You think like
You think it's
I
a
don't
clear?
know.
You think it's a clear case?
Yeah,
Interesting.
I do. Bro, if some 6'5" Jamal comes up to me like, yeah, bro, we
Like,
fucked.
they have like all the relevant they have like all the relevant parts. They just so happen. I don't know.
No, during the intercourse, they looked exactly like fucking like Megan Fox or something.
Yeah,
And
I
after,
know. I don't know.
No, that's still for me. No, that's
It's really shitty, but like I don't know. SA is a really strong term, I guess.
for that guy deceived me like bad. But I guess if I grant this, then maybe the other cases are SA as well. Hmm.
Yeah, companions and guilt.
Yeah.
anybody else think about that? I don't know. I'm kind of stuck on that one, especially the one you just said about Megan Fox. Like, again, I would have been played. I would have felt like I've been played.
Yeah. Hey man, you got me good.
Yeah.
Don't tell your friends.
I would not respond to that. I'd be like, what
Imagine
the
like,
fuck, bro?
hey man, you got me pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, and Beeps, I wanted to know your thoughts on coercion because a lot of people think that like if I were to tell a girl I'm in a relationship with, like have intercourse with me right now or I'm breaking up with you, they think that is coercion and that the woman can't consent. Do you agree with that?
Well, I think. Wait, if. That's fucked up, bro. I think that's pretty fucked up. I think it's SA though, but
Yeah.
like just don't have sex with him. But like,
I think it could be SA though. Like imagine this stresses out the girl so much that like she literally just
yeah, it's.
I think it just
definitely.
depends. It depends on the psychological facts, Loki.
I would say
Yeah.
like I think if you specifically target a woman who is like very like who's those decisions are like extremely difficult for them to make, then you can make it a case. But before you joined the panel, we talked about this. Like, okay, I wouldn't argue like a moral right, but I think if you have a standard in a relationship, as long as it's not extreme. Now we could go into what constitutes as an extreme standard, but I think like, okay, have sex with me right now or I'm breaking up with you. I think I don't really see an issue. Like, okay, you're just a trashy person, but I think you should just find a different person who meets
But
your
Loki, if you know that they're gonna fold and just have sex with you, if you threaten them, I think that's SA. Yeah, like if you know they're disposed to just giving in,
Yes.
I think that's pretty fucked up, bro.
Yeah, I would agree. What else? Wait. Would you? Okay, I was asked this example. Well, not I wasn't asked, but it was in the live. I heard this. So if a woman says, like, let's say her boyfriend is like a huge gamer, and she's like, okay, I want you to stop playing video games, or I'm gonna break up with you. Do you think that's coercion?
No.
No, I think that's fine.
It depends on the context. Cause like, what if that person wants to get rid of games because it's ruining them? Some people can get swallowed into that stuff.
Yeah, so sex is weird, bro. Sexual ethics are like really weird.
Yeah.
The idea of
Yeah.
like promising to have sex and then like not having sex, that's obviously fine.
Yeah.
That's the only true of sex.
Well, in the case I'm giving, I think the case I'm giving is like she just doesn't like him doing it. It's like it's not even like ruining his life. It's like let's just say he's like a Twitch streamer and makes like a lot of money doing it. Like it's like it pays for the bills, and she just doesn't prefer it.
Like that's a preference, bro. Like, just if I didn't want my girl like having 10, boy best friends, I think it's fine to say, man, hey man, maybe just cut that off, or I'm gonna break up. Like, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think at that point you don't want somebody in your life that's gonna try to cut off something that makes you happy.
Yes.
Wait, I actually really want to hear Sarah's thoughts on this. I think she'd have an interesting perspective.
Hello, Meatball.
Oh, hello. Oh, this prompt. I don't know. I think like evidence is important. I don't know. I don't think you should just believe somebody on the basis of their gender. It's silly.
Well, what do you think about
About
just
what?
heard? What do you think about what we were just talking about? What do you think about that?
I just came in. I wasn't
Oh,
listening.
Oh, the context is kind of like, do you think that there are any things that someone has to know about someone else to consent to having intercourse with them? Like, do you think that facts about their biology is relevant, or facts about like
Yeah.
their moral or political affiliations?
So I think the things that are going to be like immediately relevant are going to be facts about perhaps their biology, including but not limited to things like, their health and wellness, STDs, things like that. I think that the other stuff is important, but I wouldn't go so far as to say that, if I say I only want to sleep with a guy if he makes six figures, and then he tells me he makes six figures and I sleep with him, I don't think I've been essayed. But I do think if I say, look, I don't want to sleep with someone who's HIV positive or something, and then he says that he's not, but he is, I think that is essay. So I think the things that are like just like pertinent to the
act of
the
intercourse.
physical stuff. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the stuff that really matters.
What do you think if a man was a serial essayer, like an essayer, like a rapist?
Yeah.
Do you think that that's essay if the woman didn't know that? I personally don't think so.
I don't think it's essay. I mean, I think it's definitely, obviously being an essayer is immoral, but like, I think it's like immoral to not disclose things that are pretty important about who you are prior to intimacy, but I wouldn't call that essay.
What if they're trans? What do you thought in those cases when they lie about what gender they are? Is that essay?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because I think you're not disclosing something that's pertinent to like the physical act.
I think that's the one that we have the most division on the panel about is that case, like the
interesting
transgender one.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Leo? Do you think it's essay if someone doesn't disclose that they're trans?
I don't think so. As long as it like functionally works the same way, like I don't think so.
Yeah. I mean, my opinion, I would have been fooled. It's like, okay, you got me.
I've been like, you kind of got me there, bro.
I'm not responding like that, bro.
Okay, to be fair, like, okay, maybe I would be pretty angry. Okay, I would be pretty angry, but like, I wouldn't think it's essay. Yeah. So we have Eminem. I don't think I have you follow. What do you think about the prompt and what you just heard?
Emma, come back.
Hold up, I'm texting my mom.
Well, okay, in the meantime, Meatball, do you think, like, because we were just talking about that right before you joined, do you think, like, if a woman, like, says, oh, I want my boyfriend to stop gaming, or I'm going to break up with him, do you think that's coercion?
Do I think that that's what?
Do you think that's coercion?
No, I don't. I mean, I think, like, coercion colloquially has, like, a pretty negative connotation. I think that sounds like, an ultimatum, which is probably fine. I don't think like you're entitled to sleep with somebody. You're not entitled to remain in a relationship. I think it would be coercive if if the stakes involve like depriving somebody of something that they're entitled to, or if the deprivation could lead to some sort of significant harm that isn't justified. No, I don't think that that's coercive.
Yeah, I would agree. You think people have like a right to have standards outrageous like that in a relationship? Like, let's say a woman says, you better buy me like 100,000. Like, let's just say she's like married to like a billionaire. You better buy me like a new car, like a Mercedes or like a Rolls Royce every month. You think that?
I think you're allowed to ask people for whatever you want. I think your standards are yours. Again, nobody is entitled to be with you intimately or otherwise. So you're within your rights to stipulate like, hey, if we're going to be together, this is what I expect. And then, the other person has the free will to exit if they're not willing to accommodate that.
Yeah, I would agree. Anybody else have an opinion on that?
Case?
I just gave it like an example. Like let's say this woman was like with this billionaire, and her demands are like, okay, every month you got to give me like a luxury car, like a Mercedes or a Rolls Royce or a Bentley. You think she has like a quote unquote right to make that demand?
Sorry, like a moral right or a legal right?
Either or, I don't. It doesn't really matter.
I think it's immoral to sell sex, so I think that'd be wrong. Legally speaking, I think that's fine.
Yeah. Well, like, is in a relationship, would that constitute as selling sex? Like, actually, I guess that would. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I would. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. It's like definitely transactional, but then I wonder kind of where the line is. If we say that in a more traditional kind of a marriage, it seems like perhaps there's some mutually beneficial aspects to that situation as well. So I don't know at what point does it become schmuschen? Like, and like, where's the line?
I mean, Leo did say that, I think, like, relationships now are very transactional. That's a different conversation for another day, but, I mean, that is interesting. I don't know what the line, because I think this whole conversation really is a pragmatic issue, in my opinion. We all agree that essay is wrong. We all agree that coercion is wrong, but, like, what constitutes as those things is harder to determine.
I feel like when there's like money involved, it seems to get really morally icky for me.
Yeah.
What if it's just like the husband paying the bills or something? It's not anything outrageous. It's just the kind of situation where you have two traditional people and there are certain roles in that relationship, and the husband is expected to go out and be the provider financially, and then the expectation for her is that she's like sexually submissive.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good moral case against traditional marriages, actually.
Oh shit.
Wait, are you saying, like, if the woman doesn't, let's just say she doesn't cook or clean, you mean he has a right to withhold, like, what, resources? Is that what you mean?
Maybe. Yeah.
I think it really depends on what perspective you're coming from. I think I did see it. I did see it in that live where I was talking about that live is what inspired me to make this prompt. Like, I think if you're under like a Christian worldview, if you're married, that is like absolutely wrong. I think the wife has a right to the husband's resources, but if you're like boyfriend and girlfriend, then that would not be wrong.
Don't those like traditional weirdos when they say that that's like abandonment, if the wife were to like stop giving it up to her husband, when they say that that's grounds for divorce because she's abandoned an important need?
I think for some, yeah. I think maybe even an annulment, I guess, because look, I'm like basically Catholic, so I think that might be grounds for an annulment, possibly. Yeah, I mean, because that is pretty important in a marriage. It'd probably be so that could be a case, but yeah, that is kind of an icky. That's an icky question.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What about if a woman lies about her thoughts on abortion just to get married to a guy, but then a baby is coming along the way that she wants to get one?
Mm-hmm. I think you need to assume that people can change their positions on that. I think it's probably immoral to intentionally deceive your partner, but it's certainly true that you could get into a relationship with someone who claims to be pro-life, and then you could marry that person, they could get pregnant, and then they could become pro-choice during the pregnancy. I think like intentionally deceiving is immoral, but that's probably a risk you take when you engage with a woman, whether she's your wife or not, that she might have those views.
Would the same be true if like the guy just leaves, and it's like, okay, you're married, so you're on your own. You're gonna raise a child by yourself. Would that be the same? Also wrong?
I think it's probably immoral, but I think he's justified if he wants to forfeit parental claim, because I don't believe in forcing guardianship onto people. So I think he'd be like a loser, but I think he has the right to.
Yeah. What else? Yeah, that's interesting take on that. Let's see. I completely forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, I completely forgot what I was going to say. Like I said, this whole conversation is really more of a pragmatic issue. Like, because Oh, I think we mentioned this. Like, what, like lying about an STD? That I think that would definitely be probably SA.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, show. That's a criminal charge if you withhold. I don't know if it's all STDs, but I know things like your HIV status. If you're HIV positive and you fail to disclose that, you can be criminally charged.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll never forget. My youth leader brought this excommunicated Catholic priest to my church, and his story was that his church found out he was in a relationship like that, obstinate turn of relationship, and the guy withheld that he had AIDS. So he gave it to him, and the guy was charged with basically attempted murder, schmurder.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
Oh yeah.
That is messed up. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is the one. That's probably one example where like lying would be SA. I do think. That is, or let's give it another example. Let's just say a person is like a doctor, and the person says, "Oh, I only date doctors," and they're actually not. What do you think about that case?
I don't think that's SA because it doesn't sound like that's the kind of information that would be like immediately pertinent to the act of intimacy itself. I think it's SA if the deception involves things that have to do with your anatomy, your body, your biology, diseases you may or may not have. I think that's where it's SA, but I don't think that things like your profession, your income, stuff like that, I don't think that that's SA.
That's interesting because a lot of people. That's very interesting. A lot of people have that contention. I would say, I agree. I don't think that's SA. Wrong, but not SA.
Yeah, I think it's immoral. It's definitely immoral, but not SA.
Yeah. Oh, I think we have Victor down there. I think he should give his opinion.
The demon is here. Oh, the demon is here. I love that. I've been calling him a demon for like 2 years, and then all that stuff about him came out, and I feel like very vindicated.
Oh my gosh, such things.
I've been saying it. Look, they all believe me now.
Victor is here.
I'm a demon. I'm gonna eat your soul.
Victor, I've been saying it. I called it. You have to give me that. I was the first.
Hey man, I never denied I was.
Gosh, God, listen, God imbued me with discernment.
I guess
knew it.
he did. I guess he did.
Yeah.
Anyways, what's up, Legacy? Or Legacy, jeez, man. I'm sorry, you sound a lot like Legacy. How you doing, Protect?
I'm doing very well. How are you doing?
I'm okay today. I'm alright today. I'm a
That's
little
good to
annoyed
hear.
and unsatisfied. I was gonna debate a papist, and then he ended up clowning himself. So that was lame.
If you still want to debate Just Spartan, by all means.
Oh no, it was a different guy. He reached out and he wanted to do a formal, and I was so happy. And then it turned out it was all about money. So it's just like,
that's all it is. That's all it ever is.
Well, I mean, it was pretty bad. I really wanted to have a good dialogue, but it just wasn't going to be a thing. We had a pretty good platform and everything ready to go. Like we were ready to go. We had the thing in the tube. And then he found out it was on a bigger platform, I guess. And then he's like, no, I want the money to go to the Catholic Church, even though the original person wasn't a Catholic. So it's just really.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
It was pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. Well, I know a few buddies who are on the higher tier on this app. I got a few buddies over there, and yeah. Well, yeah. I'm not rabid. Good lord. Like, I have a few Roman Catholic friends actually.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's good. If only they were all
I
Roman
think it
Catholic,
is.
but yeah. If only they were all Roman Catholic, but
Ugh.
yeah. I was originally going to do a reaction to Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson. I wanted to see
I
that
was just
debate.
going to ask you if you mind reader. I was just about to ask you if you
Yeah.
watched that debate.
I was
I
like, I
saw
want to watch it.
it was you know what? I tell you what, no matter what side of it you ended up on, I just don't think it was as productive as it could have been.
I mean, is it ever?
Yeah, it
Is
could have
it
been more productive. Well, I mean, it could have been more productive. There could have been more substance on both sides provided. I mean, if you look at the reactions from like both sides, each side is like, "Oh no, my guy won," or "No, my gal won." It's just like I don't think it's about I don't think that one's about winning or losing. You know what I mean? I think the whole point of it was really muddied.
It was
It's
actually
supposed to be about
incredible.
Charlie.
If you watched it from Candace's channel, like the whole chat was just saying that
I saw
he was
that.
getting walked. Yeah, and then if you went to his
Yeah.
channel, like everybody, it was. I thought that he did well in some aspects. I think that she did really well in others. I think that there were things that he really wasn't. I don't know that he did enough preparation. I think that like the fact that he didn't know what the charges were. You paid $300,000 to debate her, and you couldn't name the charges. Like that's
That
embarrassing.
I saw that. And then he said Schmurder, but it's like no, there's such a massive difference between that and aggravated. Like it almost the words shouldn't even be in this. Like the charges and how the courts view them are so completely different. I was really shocked. I was really stunned.
I heard
He didn't
about
get
that. I heard about that. I have to see that for myself. That's crazy. I was gonna
Yeah,
make a
but then
reaction.
again, though, you know, she didn't bring a whole lot of evidence either. But then again, the whole point, under at least Utah rules, was like evidently, what is it? It's all hearsay, and hearsay was admissible, and all of that stuff. So that she had going for her for sure. But I mean, I think when he said, you know, it's like, what did he say, Meatball? What, 80 to 85%? Well, that's within the legal threshold of reasonable doubt, right there.
Sure, absolutely.
And I think when he said that, I think he hurt his case just a bit, because he said it was overwhelmingly evident. Well, if it can't be overwhelmingly evident when it's like below the legal threshold of reasonable doubt. You know, so I think maybe I can understand why folks say she won. You know, I mean, he was rhetoric maxing, but as far as like, you know, he kind of got himself into a couple of corners there. So I mean, I think he was too quick to think he took the win on that one, and I think it hurt him in the end.
Yeah, I agree. I think that she didn't present enough evidence that was satisfactory to me to support a lot of her claims. I think it was a lot of vibes and feels. And then I just don't think that he was super prepared. So it's not immediately clear that either of them was like the clear winner of that debate. It didn't really do much for me.
No, I was hoping it would be, but I was also hoping, you know, I did appreciate that she had, you know, a respect for Charlie, you know what I mean? Because it was about him.
Oh, yeah.
The whole thing is about getting answers for him. So I definitely appreciated her desire for that to be done. But I don't think, I wouldn't say either of them won. Though, as far as like the technicalities and all that, I suppose she might have skated away maybe just a little bit more.
Can I ask you a
than
question?
he did.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
So this is a misunderstanding that I hear from a lot of people, and I had my brother, who is a criminal defense attorney, explain this to me. Degraded DNA, where there's multiple, you know, sets of DNA on a weapon, right, on a pew-pew, often it is the case that the most degraded one actually does end up being the perpetrator. And not only that, because, for instance, they wipe it off. A lot of times they'll wipe the weapon down.
Oh, yeah.
And
you're right.
the other
I
stuff
guess
is
so,
seeded.
huh?
the other stuff is seeded in. So like think about when you spill something on the ground, it kind of hardens over time, right, and seeps in. That fresh DNA is on there, like follicles, etc.,
That
skin
makes
cells.
sense. That
But
makes
That
it's
actually,
yeah.
yeah, you're right. That does make a lot of sense. Wow, huh?
It's
So-
more than that. It's so the case too is that his DNA is all over the trigger. It was all over the base of the gun. It was in every
Right.
place you would expect it to be for the perpetrator. So
Can I ask you guys a question though? And this is an honest question for
Yeah.
Meatball, even though I don't think you like me very much, and Voice
sound
and all
cool,
that.
It's okay. Victor doesn't like me either, but yeah.
You're growing
I
on
like
me,
you.
Victor.
I
sound cool to me,
appreciate it,
dude.
but is it guys, is it really unreasonable to suspect there's more to this though? Because I'm having such a hard time, like,
Yeah.
I'm having a very hard time saying, you know what, it was just some weirdo who lived in Utah and that's it, case closed. Like, Charlie
Yes.
was a high profile man who
Yeah.
was in the who was dealing with the upper echelons of power in the United States. Like,
Yep.
that's not something that is just open and shut. I mean,
Right.
I'm not trying to impugn anyone's reputation or motives or anything, but I think
No.
I don't think it's unreasonable though to infer in light of like the political circumstances, i.e., like the Iranian stuff and all of that stuff. And
Sure.
Charlie,
I can give you a good response
yeah.
to that actually.
Yeah, I'd love to hear.
Unless
I'd
you want
love
to go
hear your
first. No,
perspective.
I mean I don't want to cut you off. If you want to go first.
I'm just
But I've
having a
been-
hard time buying it, man. It just
Yeah.
seems too open and shut, and then the
Yeah.
Mrs. Kirk or whatever getting on a stage with the glittery
Right.
light, like it doesn't something.
But
about
you see, that
just
would be
doesn't look
that would
right.
be a non sequitur though. If you actually like think about it critically,
It does
like
give
take
JFK
away.
vibes. You're right, honey.
Well, hold on. Take away. So, for instance, you don't want to do a genetic fallacy. You know what that is, right?
No, certainly not. Yo, I'm very aware.
Yeah,
of
yeah.
that.
So
Yes.
you don't want to engage in any fallacious reasoning. So because
Goodness,
you want
no.
to get sort of put the emotion, because what you're saying right now is something called incredulity, which is I can't believe
Well, I'm not
this. So
saying-
therefore,
well, I'm
no,
not-
I know.
well,
I'm saying I'm not
it's
saying
not
that you're
the
saying that for
case.
sure, right?
Certainly
No.
not.
I know. So here's my thoughts on this. Right, I've thought about this pretty deeply. I've been following this for a while. We know for a fact, I know for a fact, based on all the evidence presented to me, that Tyler Robinson did pull a trigger and that weapon is the one that unalived Charlie Kirk. Now,
Yes.
so further than that, though, I'm not sure. I don't exactly know who else would be involved. I can come up with motives, but a motive isn't enough. Okay, you
No,
can't
it's
just
not. Mm-mm.
you can't just be like, oh, well, they had a motive. Okay, therefore they did it. You have to have evidence linking to the motive. So I
Right.
think my question is, what's up with these Discord chats? Because what we see is a lot of organizations that have these Discord chats and Signal chats, and they seem to be a lot of kids are using them, and then they'll go and take a weapon to a federal ICE building, or they'll go. So I
Good
don't have a
Lord.
hard time believing that some kid did this to Charlie Kirk, and I believe that his security was incompetent. I honestly do. I believe that the entire thing was incompetence, and we've seen that before. Incompetence is a real thing. But here's where it goes too far, okay? When you make here's what Candace did, which is what really annoys me. She has done this con person trick where she's able to make wild speculative claims because it's all about breaking the news story. So now today, social media is whoever breaks the news story, whoever gets the new shit, they're going to get views, they're
Yeah.
going to get money. So she's going to break a
it's sad,
story,
but yes, you're
whether
right.
it's so. If you heard her, she actually told on herself a little bit. She said, "Well, until it's debunked, I'm going to keep the steakhouse thing on my timeline." And
I
everyone
don't know
knows
what that
that's.
means.
So she said this, right? She says that there was a receipt that she saw, and she thinks it's Tyler Robinson's based on witness testimony that he was actually at a steakhouse
okay.
and couldn't be the shooter because he was at a steakhouse, right? Well,
Okay.
the owner of the steakhouse has come out and said there's no evidence that he was there. We haven't seen the so-called witnesses. We haven't seen this so-called receipt, but Candace is keeping that on her timeline. But logically, that's not how it works. You don't, when you build a timeline for a crime, You only add things to the timeline once you can confirm them as truth with corroborative evidence. You don't.
Yeah, of course.
Shows what she does is she believes whatever kind of conspiracy they can spin up, and then someone has to disprove it. She said, "I'll take it down if it gets debunked." So she's working it in reverse. And the way she says it is, I'm just asking questions, but when you watch her clips and you listen to her fans especially, it's a very matter of fact when she says things about Israel, about Erica. Erica and TPUSA betrayed him. They're complicit, which she doesn't know what complicit means. If you say someone's complicit in a crime, she spun that and said during the debate, she said, "Oh, well, I just meant that they were supporting the official narrative." And it's like, how is that? If you're like, let me ask you something, right? And I don't mean to ramble. Sorry. I mean, anybody can cut me off. So let's say,
I appreciate hearing your perspective, man. Thanks.
Let's say, God forbid, someone in your family gets unalived, right? God forbid,
I
right?
would hate that. Yes.
Yeah. And they think they found the guy, okay? Based on some like camera stuff. They found the Schmurder weapon and it had his DNA all over it. And they confiscated his phone, and he had texted his girlfriend that he did it and that he was hiding, and he detailed the exact weapon in the text, etc. And then let's say there's cameras that capture the exact type of clothing that he was wearing, not his full face, but you can see the obvious clothing. It looks similar. When you put all of these facts together, and someone witnessed and told on him as well, like Lance Twiggs, when you put all those facts together, if that was your family member, you would never accept or you would never believe someone saying they planted all of this evidence. I can't prove it, but they planted
evidence to speak to the contrary.
But I think it's an added element, the notoriety, his fame, the connections that he had. That doesn't take away from anything that you just said. I think it just perhaps in people's minds, it increases the possibility, if not probability, that there are people who would have been able to make things appear to be a certain way, when in reality, perhaps they weren't. And that would be the kind of thing.
Can we slow that down real quick? So let's say, for instance, okay, so I'm just going to go over what we have. Engraved bullets. We also have a note that's a confession. We also have Lance Twiggs as a witness. We also have his parents. And by the way, they don't have a gag order like she said they do. It's another type of thing. They could speak out. And historically, when you see these kind of things, for instance, families that are going through something when they're not guilty, they literally hire lawyers to handle the media for them. They go on huge campaigns because the media is important, etc. But we have that. We have the weapon that belongs to Tyler. We have his DNA on the trigger.
Full disclosure, I don't know all of these details.
I know him very well.
I have a lot. I have a lot of things going on. Right. Anyway,
anybody can fact check me. But so we have.
I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying before I can accept anything, I'm gonna have to take a look at this for myself.
No, of course, but I'm just telling you that of course you don't have to believe me, but I just want to get through this so that I can make the logical point, right? So we have.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we have what I just. So I want to go because it's really important that you hold all these things in your mind at one time, because people get granular and then they lose the aspect of the holistic approach.
Sure.
Yeah. So we have the witness. We have bullets with engravings on them, with DNA on them. We have a weapon with DNA on them. And yeah, it's degraded, but it is the case a lot of times that the perpetrators is actually the most degraded. And it's not only that, it's all over the trigger. It's all over the forearm of the weapon. So it definitely looks like he was holding that weapon at least recently. We have it. That weapon is 500 feet away from an assassination. And guess what? Tyler Robinson lives 200 miles away from the school. He literally had no reason to be over there. He didn't go visit his family, etc. There's no alibi. That's why they're trying to cook up the steakhouse thing. So anyway, not only that, but I can argue that we obviously see him with the hat and his certain clothes limping. Like, why is there a person limping wearing his exact clothes right after this went down? But I can put him around there for sure because we have 4K video at the Dairy Queen. And guess what?
Yeah, look,
No, hold on a second. The Dairy Queen's 15 minutes away from the school. So why did he drive 200 miles to go get a Blizzard?
I'm kind of curious to hear Meatball's thoughts on this, though, too.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't even necessarily think that a whole lot of people, maybe there are people who think that he wasn't the one who fired the weapon. I think a lot of people accept that. I think what people are having trouble with is this notion that he acted alone or that he wasn't somehow fired or put up.
No. Candace was saying that he was innocent, and all these people are saying that he was a patsy. You know what a patsy means, right?
I'm not saying that.
Absolutely, but a patsy can be used this makes me think of like the Kennedy assassination.
That's what my wife said.
Well, can I ask you? Just before, I promise I'm not going to cut you off. I just want a question to clarify, though. You agree with me, though, because that's what Candace just argued, and that's what they're arguing is there's actually they think there's no evidence that Tyler himself is the shooter. That's what they said.
I don't even think that that's what she said. If I wasn't misinterpreting, I think that she clarified. Well, no, I think I'm referencing specifically the debate with Andrew Wilson. I think when he pressed her, I think she made it clear that she wasn't taking this possibility of his involvement off the table, but the narrative that he acted alone and perhaps the method by which Kirk was assassinated, that's what she's questioning.
Okay, so she didn't, hold on a second, because she didn't even think that it was an actual bullet, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on. She was very, very careful. She never said definitively that it wasn't. She said that she thought she had reason to believe that it could have been.
I know, and then he asked her why, and she couldn't give any.
She talked about the shirt. She talked about
she showed a clip of some so-called expert, and he didn't even talk about it. And then he pressed her again about it, and she couldn't give any reason.
No, but they were talking about the air. They were talking about that's what. So
hold on a second. You know that brings up another problem. That brings up another problem for you, though. You know that, right?
Well, I'm not saying that I know.
Hold on a second. That's what brings up a problem with her.
She's not saying.
I know she's not. Hold on a second. I'm not trying to press you. I'm just trying to press these people. By the way, I'm not pressing you. I'm just trying to.
All I'm saying is, I think you have to admit that it's reasonable, given other facts, that people would. This is cause for pause, right? When people consider the affiliation that he had with people that were in positions of authority and power.
That's motive.
But then we talk about things like them paving over. The site.
Okay, you want to talk about that?
I don't even need to. All I'm saying is that what people will do is
people are stupid.
Hold on a second.
Right?
No, that's fine. But what I'm trying to say here is that any of these facts independently probably would be insufficient for a claim. But
wait, no. That's what I'm saying. Let's slow down. Slow down.
Wait.
I need me. No. Victor, stop. Shut up for a second. I'll be done in 10 seconds. Listen, I would have already been done by now. You just have to tone police me. This is how conversations happen. I don't want to each have a monologue.
I was kind of in the middle of the sentence, respectfully.
I know. Can I ask you something, though?
Okay, to be honest,
we're having a back and forth. Okay, we're just having a back and forth.
Wait, hold on. I've been quiet for most of the time. To be fair, I do want to let people go.
I know, but can I just ask my one question that I was going to ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so you said all these facts alone probably don't mean anything, but all of them together raises speculation. But I'm telling you, I reject the proposition that there was anything wrong with them paving over because, listen, it was a tiny... Hold on a second. It was a tiny area that they actually paved over, like literally a few yards, like not even that much, like feet. They scoured over it for 3.5 days. They had dozens of agents scouring that area for 3.5 days. The place they paved over was like a couple of feet. Anything they could have gotten from that, they got in that 3.5 days. You're telling me that they can't search a thing that's like 5 by 12 over 3 days? Well, what should they just leave it bloodstained and leave everything there until you and Candace can come figure it out?
I don't think anybody is making that claim. It just seems strange. It seems odd. It seems like odd
that's
timing.
Not good enough to just say it seems. I just explained
That's
it's a
point.
Small area. It's
the whole point.
All right, to be fair,
it's suspicious.
she did let you. Wait, she did let you ask a question.
Yeah.
That is no. I'm just listen. I'm trying to do what Andrew should have done, and he didn't because I
No,
don't know
What are
why.
you
if he had done
talking
what you're
about,
doing
man?
respectfully,
He should
he
have
would have
pushed harder.
lost.
I am
No.
being respectful.
No.
No.
Push
She
harder
was not
against
being
what?
respectful at all.
What are you talking about?
Someone, dude, listen. Someone
What are
actually.
you pushing against? Wait, what are you
Victor,
pushing against?
Stop
What are you talking
crying,
about
dude.
pushing?
Be a man. Stop crying like a
Crying?
baby.
What are you
Yeah.
talking about?
This
All
is
right,
what.
all right,
Okay, hold on a second.
all right,
He asked me a
all right.
question. He asked me a question. Let me answer it.
All right.
This is. Hold on a second. He asked me a
ridiculous
question. Let
behavior.
me answer it. What I'm pushing
Goodness
against. Hold on a second. What I am pushing against. I'm on the right. Okay. I'm on the right politically. TPUSA. The right has wanted academia for decades because the communists have inflicted it. Everyone knows there's communist professors. There's all kind of left-wing in-groups in universities. And for the first time ever in decades, Yes, and for the first time... Why do you think TPUSA was at the universities?
Can I just ask you a quick question? Did you go to college?
Yes, I'm a
Episode.
chemist. Okay, I'm much more educated than you, so don't try to lecture me.
Oh, wait, so
okay.
sorry.
Hold on a second.
I don't.
Yeah.
Wait, do you want to go
Because-
school for school?
Oh,
Let's go school for
so
school. Where'd you
No,
go?
let's not. I don't have to do that with you.
Well, you just made a
That's so
claim. You
stupid.
said that you're
No,
far
you
more
asked me
educated
if I
than
went
I
to
am.
college in your
I
smart
did.
ass tone.
Okay,
bitch.
okay. This is getting.
Hey,
okay, if
you guys
wait,
are fucking
easy.
stupid. You're like, I don't know this
Easy,
is what it
bro.
is.
Wait,
Calm
Yeah,
down.
so
the-
sneaky
yeah,
with your
Being
words.
in the
You're a fucking
King's
snake.
Kingdom.
Your
You're a fucking
EQ
snake.
is like
You're a
Will
fucking
you
very
get
snake.
rid of that?
by the way.
Will you
I
get
mean,
rid of that guy,
I was
please?
doing fine until this
God.
piece
Will
of
you
shit.
just get
I
rid of
mean,
that
to
guy?
be, wait, okay.
Will you
You
get
are
rid
a
of that
useless
guy?
fucking
Okay.
snake. Victor, you
Okay.
are fucking
God.
whiny
Holy
fucking piece of
shit.
shit. Shut up, dude.
This is
Okay, I
ridiculous
had to stop
behavior.
that. I had to stop that. I was getting out of hand.
This is ridiculous.
Like, come
listen,
on.
listen, that's just ridiculous behavior. I mean, anyone who's going to act that way when I'm simply saying, hey, I'm suspicious about a thing, makes me more suspicious, not less. I mean, that doesn't
Okay,
help at all.
I'm sorry for allowing that, guys. It was such a it wasn't even related to the prompt. Like,
It was.
I actually.
But
Okay,
I want to
okay.
talk to Meatball about this some more if I can, though, because I think Meatball, I have to say, and out of all the times you and I have interacted, I don't think I ever thought I'd say it, but I agree with you.
Yeah.
I certainly,
I don't think that was
definitely
justified.
agree.
I don't.
This
think
was
that
not on the bingo card.
Well, I mean, if he
No,
was more
agreeing with
educated,
Meatball was not on my 2026. I almost said Meatball card.
well, if he was more educated, I really wanted to see that play. Like,
Well,
I
the
think-
thing is, if you're educated, you don't have to act that way. There's no reason to behave that way.
True.
It's not convincing. I mean, I wasn't even making any claims. I was just saying, hold on a second. He was high profile, okay, and this just doesn't seem. It seems too easy to me. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying anything other than it just. And him trying to gaslight like that only makes me even more suspicious than I already was. So
For sure. Yeah. We like
I
look,
was gonna say.
we shouldn't say that, for example, with like Erica Kirk's behavior. Now, obviously, people grieve in their own ways. That's certainly not definitive of complicity or anything like that. But I
No,
think people
certainly
have, like, we have some pattern recognition, and we notice when people behave in ways that are very uncharacteristic given the circumstances. It's just like it's a little drop in the bucket of like, is this expected? Is this more expected under the view that, perhaps there's more to this, or is this more expected under the view that it was just Tyler on his own? I think there are a lot of little drops in the bucket of uncertainty, which is
Well
what he was
said.
failing to understand.
Well said. And again, yes, I entirely agree. I entirely agree. I mean, I'm not saying he's innocent. I'm not saying he did it. My thing is just like, I see here. I don't know what worldviews everybody's from, but mine says to be the last one to come to a conclusion and to make a judgment. I want to.
Well,
be
obviously,
the last one.
I'm the right worldview by being Catholic, but it's sort of.
Well, we both agree. Well, we both agree on James 1 being scripture, and that one just for me is just like, hold up, I don't want to be too hasty. You know what I mean? A lot of damage is done by being too quick, not examining things properly, not not taking the proper time or engaging the right way with the right motive. I don't want to condemn somebody. You know what I mean? Because for one, I don't have all the facts on the table.
Yeah.
For two, I'm not going to be one of those people that just goes along with something because everybody does it. I'm not convinced either way because I don't have the evidence. I'm not going to I'm not a great man. I granted, but if there is something I take seriously, it's at least honesty and integrity as far as how I'm going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to condemn a man when I haven't even looked at the case. It just seemed like he wanted me to. When I even said I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it really just seems like you have to be on one side or the other in this, and I don't like that. I don't feel like I have to. I feel pretty comfortable not knowing, but I'm willing to hear everybody out. Just behave like an adult. You know,
True.
that's just my thing personally.
Now, this is actually kind of related to the prompt, but if somebody new, we got someone says believe all women in the comments. But if someone new, I haven't seen this person in a long time. How you do it? I don't know how to say your first name, but it's scary. It's been a long time.
Yeah, we were on at different times most of the time. This is the first time I've been on during the day in a while. I usually don't even browse TikTok until it's nighttime.
Yeah, how you doing?
Doing all right.
Yeah. What do you think about what you just heard, or what do you think about the prompts? Since we kind of stepped away from that, what do you think about?
I didn't get much out of the previous speaker, but the prompts, I would say listen when somebody makes an accusation, but also verify. That I think is kind of, I mean, it's not really a middle ground at that point. It's just that's what justice is. You listen to somebody who claims to be a victim, and then you do an investigation, find out if what they're saying is true or if it's most likely true, and then you can actually go to the prosecution on that.
Dude, that's so relevant to the topic we were just talking about. I actually didn't even notice until just.
I didn't notice until now.
I'm not very smart.
That was just relevant, but it is actually kind of somewhat relevant. But yeah,
it is. I think it is. I second that. I absolutely second that. I think that's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
So
Well,
what were you into?
Well, the
Yo,
scripture says, you know,
It's
you
Daddy
hear,
Unapologetic. How you guys doing?
hello, Richard. Long time no see.
What's up, meatball?
What's going on?
Yeah, I'll answer the prompt real quick. The only woman I wouldn't believe is meatball. She's a fucking habitual liar.
Okay. All right. What do you think about the prompt, or what do you think about the Candace Owens? Because I am getting a new prompt. What do you think about the Candace Owens Andrew Wilson debate and the prompt?
Oh, dude, Andrew Wilson fucking dog walked the shit out of her, dude. It was embarrassing, bro. That was I watched all 3 hours, dude. That shit was so embarrassing. She is so dumb. She really is the actual definition of sub-Saharan African IQ. She was so dumb.
Whoa! Let's
boy,
simmer that down. Let's.
Okay. I won't. Well, you can't. That's actually not against TOS.
No, but let's not use that terminology.
Okay, that's fine. But yes, Andrew Wilson dog walked the shit out of her. She didn't stand a chance. Barely anybody ever stands a chance against him anyway. There are some, but not her.
Can I ask what leads you to that conclusion, though? Like, what from the argumentation from Andrew's side or failures in hers led you to that conclusion personally?
Yeah,
just so I can see how you got there.
Well, observation. Well, so I would just say through observation, right? I've watched the entire 3-hour debate. I think I know enough about debate. I may not be the best debater, but I know enough about debate to actually accurately judge a debate. Even people on the opposite side, even people on Candace Owens' side was saying she lost the debate. In fact, what was it? After the debate, I hopped on a YouTube live, and even people who actually agreed with her said that she fucking just got dog walked.
Well, like, at what point do you think, like, where within the argumentation would you say this happened?
Yeah, I would say within the first hour and a half, especially when Andrew was bringing up when he was talking about the images in the stairwell, and Candace Owen brought up something, and then she immediately conceded, like fucking two paragraph conversations in, when she actually immediately conceded. I forget what Andrew was saying. I literally just watched the debate after they had already posted it, so it was last night, early this morning or last night, I hopped on a YouTube live and we were discussing, and there were people. Many of the panelists were actually for Candace Owens, but even they said so. When someone loses a debate, is when your own people's when a good portion of your own people say you fucking lost the debate.
Well, I hear you. I hear what you're saying, but I've heard the same thing like all over X and everything else. I'm just curious to like at what point particularly was it definitively decided, or was it just through the
no?
The
it was that was the
like,
starting
where,
point. So
how?
about like an hour and a half into the debate, maybe even less than that. That's the beginning of her downfall. She couldn't keep any of her facts straight, and stuff like that.
What?
So it was like
that's all I'm asking is just like I'm not.
Have you
necessarily
watched?
disagreeing with you.
Right? Have you only watched like little 20-minute clip or 2-minute clips, or have you actually watched the whole 3-hour debate?
I have about a half an hour left.
What was the debate over?
Whether or not Tyler Robinson, the images of a person were either Tyler Robinson or whether or not he was actually guilty of committing said crime against Charlie Kirk.
Okay.
Well,
so that was essentially what the debate was over.
Well, where can I go? Like, do you have a timestamp or a phase in the discussion so that I can write it down so I can go and review it for myself?
If you're watching from the beginning, watch about 45 minutes in, and then after the 45-minute mark, you can actually skip to about an hour and 10 minutes and watch that whole thing through from there, and you'll actually get a grasp of where it started going wrong for her.
Well,
I thought she did good in the beginning. I'm not going to lie. I thought she was holding her own. However, after a while, she just started not. First of all, she conceded on a couple of things, quite a few things actually.
What did she concede on?
Well, I told you when Andrew Wilson brought up the images in the when it was talking about Tyler Robinson in the stairwell, and whether or not those pictures were actually of Tyler Robinson, right? And then she immediately, after she argued with him, oh, that's not Tyler Robinson. I'm 0% sure he didn't commit this crime. I'm sure it was Israel and all this other bullshit. She actually started to concede right after that. That was about 45 minutes in, I believe. I could have it wrong, but
okay.
I'm pretty sure that's about 45 minutes in.
Sure, I'll have to review that. It's just when you say, the only reason, and I'm not.
Yeah, I've watched the whole 3-hour debate, dude.
Sure,
I'm
not by any means.
Victor, who do you think won? Who do you think won?
Personally, firstly, I don't know enough about the facts of the case to be able to engage with the topic in a real substantial matter.
But here's the thing, though. You don't need to be aware of the actual case, though. But hold on, Victor.
As far as
you watch the debate and you're 30 minutes away from the finish line. Who do you think is
so far
more factual, is arguing the facts better versus who's arguing something that's not even facts?
That's the issue. I don't know the facts, so I can't really speak as far as who's saying what correctly. I don't know. So that's what I mean.
You haven't been keeping up with the actual case?
No, I haven't. Yeah, no. When Charlie died, I was gut wrenched. But I am a very busy man, and I don't have the time to invest in looking into that. So that's why I'm saying I don't got a dog in the fight either way. Well,
yeah, I have a business, and I kept up with it.
Well, I'm happy for you, but I don't have that kind of time.
That's just personal anecdote. That's fair. Okay, that's fair.
Well,
so I'll just. Oh, go ahead, Protect.
I want to get Neko, or I don't know how to say her name. I want to let her.
I say Neko usually. You should say it
I want
however.
to let her having a chance to respond to what you guys say and have her opinion.
Oh my god, I get the floor. Thank you. I don't have anything constructive to say, so you just let them finish. I do have questions for Victor, though, because I seen a clip of you, Victor, and I want to maybe ask some more about you. I want to pick your brain a little bit if I can.
No
beef, though.
It's all good. I've had to do this at least 4 times. I'm completely aware of what it is. But if it's okay, would you like to do it in DMs? I really don't want to cluster up another live over this. It's just a waste of
Yes.
time.
No, that's
Is that
fine.
is that fair?
Yeah. I just want to pick your brain on it. But yes, that's totally
Well,
fine.
so
I'll DM you.
Absolutely, totally willing. No, I really don't want to go into it here. It's ridiculous. I mean, first of all, people in that camp have already admonished this individual because it's ridiculous, and it's just ridiculous behavior. So, I mean, yeah, I'm willing to go into it, though. I don't have anything to hide, so absolutely, feel free to DM me, reach out, we can talk.
I more so probably just want to debate you on it, so it might not be like
So I'm
that,
gonna- I'm
but we
gonna-
can talk
Well,
about it in
there's
DM.
well, Neko, it's just there's nothing to debate. I never made anything normative or anything along those lines. So I don't hold to anything normative. It's just preferential stuff.
So Victor,
So it's arbitrary.
you're familiar.
Yeah,
So it kind of confuses me, Victor. If you can actually
sir.
explain something, you're familiar
Yes.
with philosophical and debate lingo. Yet when
Some.
you watch the debate and you're 30 minutes away from the finish line, you can't make an informed decision on who you think is winning, who won the debate.
That's correct, because I'd have to be familiar with the facts of the case, and I don't know any of the facts of the case. Yes. Because it's about the facts of the case. I don't know if she's lying or if he. I don't know. So I can't. I
guess
honestly
that's
engage
fair.
with it if I don't
it's
know.
kinda weird to me, but I guess that's fair.
I'm not. I just don't think it's
Well,
honest.
why
It would be
is it-
honest. I just don't think it would be honest for me to render judgment on something I just don't know anything about. But I'm happy to listen to other people's perspectives on it, by all means.
I mean, I would
have
go
no
so
problem
far
with
as to say I've actually, when it comes to politics and things like this, I've actually never seen Andrew Wilson actually lose a debate.
I'm out. Yeah, I ran out, honey. I'm out.
What are you
That's an empty
talking
pack.
about?
Yeah, that's an empty
Oh, you
pack.
got some contentions, Mr. Richard.
There's a
That's a
smoke
what?
in there. Ooh, give me that. Give me that. Yes. Oh man, I need that sweet nicotine. Give me. Thank you,
Genesis.
baby.
Haven't seen
Victor,
Genesis
Victor,
in
please.
ages.
What's up, dude?
Yeah. All right, I'm doing
Genesis.
well, but Neko wants to respond to what Richard said. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Genesis is my favorite Eastern Orthodox confirmed Christian on this app.
He's not an Eastern Orthodox
Um,
Christian. He's a deist.
my favorite.
But yeah.
No, dude, I think honestly, I didn't even watch the debate. I did a lot of reading on Twitter with their tweets back and forth, and then I watched like maybe an hour of it. I think the
thought you
problem
said you
here is
didn't
that when you
watch it.
become over emotional,
Wait, you didn't
yeah, I
watch it,
didn't.
then you watched
I
an
didn't
hour
watch
of
3
it?
hours of it. No, I didn't watch the 3 hour debate. So when I say I didn't watch it, I didn't watch majority of it to gather enough of a conclusion. Yeah, all right, calm down, Richard. Just calm
Who
down.
do you think won, Genesis? Andrew or Candace Owens?
That's crazy how
Andrew,
it's like in the middle
Andrew,
of a
hands down.
sentence.
Yes.
So crazy.
I mean, I honestly, I think
I'm
like
saying.
I turned it off after like the first 20 minutes, and then went back and like forced myself to finish it because I thought it was such a low tier fucking debate. But I think the thing in which Andrew did right was just to keep pressuring her on evidence, or her actually bringing something of
To
substance.
substantiate her, yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Yep.
I think the basic debater would know to do that, right?
Exactly, yeah.
I just think
Hey,
it's such
guys,
a
I'm gonna
ridiculous
hit the road.
proposition to hold up.
Yeah, I
It's
do have
good
a
to see you all. Protect. I'll see you around. Neko, yeah. If you want to reach out, we can absolutely talk about that. But good to see you guys. I'll see you all around. All right.
I haven't seen the debate. I was actually gonna do a reaction to it, but I
Go
heard
watch
that
it.
he. Yeah, I heard that he didn't know what the charges were. I'm not sure that's true or something.
No,
I
that's not true. No. What he was doing was trying to
No.
pressure her. No, yeah,
Look,
Genesis
think-
is right when he said the first 20 minutes of it is absolute fucking dog shit. However, it does get fucking more interesting. I think.
Nah, the entire debate was stupid.
No, I think
I want to say, as
I
someone
thought it
who's
got more
debated
interesting,
Andrew
though.
Wilson, and have spoken with him like numerous times, I think Andrew Wilson is a very smart person, but also like he's so overly emotional that when you become that emotional in debate, it's just like you're losing the audience, and I don't think that.
Wait, do you
I don't
believe
think
he's
the like
emotional
majority
or
of people are
he's
able
just?
to grasp.
I don't think he's emotional. I don't think he. I
I've
don't think he
debated
actually
him
gets
myself.
emotional.
I have debated him myself. He's way too emotional. He's incapable of conceding on things that he's like very evidently wrong on. He's not good faith. Like he's very
He's
smart.
not.
I'll give him that. Maybe like sometimes.
You mean he's
But
dog
like
walked you
when
many
you
times?
ask like
Is what you're saying, Nico?
no, I had to tell him how ovulation in the female body works, and he was wrong, admittedly, by the people on the podcast that we were on, and he never admitted it. He never apologized, or not never apologized,
As
never conceded. We talked in
Well,
DMs over
you
this,
show
and he
me
was
the
like,
video.
well,
I
You show
also
me
well,
I
the
I
also
just
video.
didn't. Well, hold on, hold
like
on. One second. I did want to point this out because you make a great point to this, Nico. But Andrew also didn't name a charge in which Tyler Robinson was charged of either. Like that was a huge blunder on Andrew's part.
Wait, that's what I
When
asked. Wait, that's what I asked. Like, did he
there
not know the charges? That's what I asked.
he didn't name a single charge, and then he obfuscated and went to
Because he was
Erica
asking her
Kurt.
the
he named
charges.
one.
Wait, why would he?
He
Why would he
named
need
one
to when he
charge.
was
She
the one?
asked
Hold on.
him.
Why would he need to when he was the
He
one
asked
asking
him.
her the charges
He
to
asked
see if she
him.
knew?
She asked him. He
Yeah.
named one.
No, he
She
asked her.
asked him.
Yeah, but
He
he asked
named
her
one.
first. Yeah, but he asked her first, though. So
She
if
still asked him
if
a
you're
question,
engaging
and
in
he
an
named
hold on,
one. He asked her a
hold on, but
question.
no, hold
I'm so
on,
sorry
hold
to
on.
speak. Richard, just
If
calm
your
down.
inner,
Richard, just
if
calm
your,
down. Richard, just
hold
calm
on, if
down.
your
Richard,
interlocutor,
just calm down.
I'm not
Richard,
emotional.
just
You
calm
calm
down.
down. So if you're
Wait, when
engaging
someone's
in an
talking, you
Nico,
should stop
stop.
talking while
If
they're
you're
talking.
engaging in an interlocutor
So he
and you
answered one, and then he asked her to
Nico,
name them, and then she named seven. And after she named the
no,
seven,
that's not
he
true,
didn't
Nico.
concede.
You're
But then
lying.
again, he accused her of using her phone and receiving text messages from her team to answer said question.
Nico,
Exactly what happened.
he asked her first. She didn't ask him first. He asked her
I didn't
first.
say who asked what first. I actually just didn't
Okay,
say
but
who
that's
asked what
Nico.
first.
Nico, let me finish.
It doesn't
You're
matter.
not.
Like, it
You're
actually just
spurting
doesn't
out. Let me
matter.
finish. Let me finish. You're spurting out. Calm down.
I don't think I'm spurging out, brother.
Well, neither
You
am I.
have
So
your
calm
voice
down
at
and
octave
so
9, and
okay.
I'm talking
Yeah, that's because
calmly.
I speak
Like
loud,
your
and
voice is
I'm
at
very calm
volume 9.
because I speak
Volume
loud.
9.
Okay,
Wait,
I get it.
Richard,
You're
what
So you're gonna
incapable
have
of
to.
speaking
Are you
without
ever
Richard,
gonna let me
interrupting
finish a fucking
people.
sentence, or are you just
Richard,
gonna
Stop
over
it.
talk
All right,
Richard,
me?
chill
guys,
out,
a little
bro.
bit civil, please.
Stop
Just a little
over
bit.
talking me. That's
Bro,
annoying
Patience
as fuck.
problem.
bro.
I'm not.
I'm just,
It's not that I'm being
I just want to know
impatient.
what charge. I just want to know what charge Andrew Wilson claimed.
Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna first. I have to go back and um, explain this to Nico. So he was pressuring her first on the charges. That's why he asked her the
Yeah,
charges.
and
He
she
was
named
like,
off
"Can you
7.
explain?"
What's the
That's
relevancy?
but that's great. But he was saying that. Oh well, she obfuscated. He obfuscated from
Because
answering
he did. He
her
didn't even
question.
answer a single one.
He asked her first. When you're engaging in an
And
interlocutor
she
and you ask
answered,
them,
bro.
okay,
The
that's
point.
great.
Okay, but Richard, you have to understand the
He
point
doesn't
was.
need to answer
Yeah, he
when
does
he
because the
asked her
point was.
first.
Yeah, Richard, he does because the point is that Andrew Wilson isn't actually involved with the case or involving himself in the case or knowing the case, but still coming to this hasty generalization in which he is guilty. That was the whole point of Candace Owen. Were you not able to track the conversation?
No, I was, but Genesis, you're not
Okay,
listening to
so
what
if
I'm
you
saying.
agree, then he would still
Holy
have
shit, I
he
can't
would
get a
still have a
fucking
burden.
answer out. I can't
Well,
even.
it's a yes or no
I can't even
question. It's a
talk.
yes, Richard. It's a yes or no question.
No,
So
it's not.
if you would agree,
Okay, it's a yes or
then
no.
Andrew
Okay.
Wilson has the burden to demonstrate that he's at least
hmm
involved in the case and understanding why or what claims Tyler Robinson is going to be charged of. But he couldn't name a single claim.
First of all, let me just explain this because I don't understand why I have to explain this. If I'm engaged with, say I'm engaged with you in a debate, Genesis, and I ask you, what are the 7 charges? You tell me those 7 charges. Why would you then need to ask me the same fucking question that I asked you? That doesn't make
Yeah,
any
because
sense.
wait.
He
You're
could
making
just
a
repeat
huge
the
blunder,
question.
Richard. You're making
That's
a
not a
huge
huge
blunder.
blunder. He asked her
No,
first.
Richard, shut up for 1 second. Okay, you're making a huge blunder. You have to understand that yes, you have to understand
Okay.
that the low tier Andrew Wilson that you're willing to dick ride this whole time is going to be the person which asked her to name 7 charges, but that's only going to be because Owen Candace had originally asked him to demonstrate that he's involved in the case, other than just naming some accusation which he's charged of.
She didn't ask him the question first, though. He asked her.
Oh my
What
gosh.
are you
Do you not
talking
understand? Okay,
about?
do you not understand like the burden of proof in which people hold in different argumentations? Like I can completely be doing an internal critique, but still hold a burden of proof, right? Especially in a formalized argumentation, there's still a burden of proof in which I have to uphold, not just do internal critiques. That's another reason why Andrew Wilson is complete fucking dog shit at debating.
Genesis, you lost a debate with him the other day. What are you
How did I
talking
lose?
about?
Yeah, how did I lose? When he made the
Even Base
presupposition that
Tweaker
I'm
said you lost against him.
oh, base
What are you
tweaker said so.
talking
Dude,
about?
do you understand that I would intellectually fucking backshot base tweaker on any given day? He doesn't even understand the concept of objectivism.
Oh, formal debate,
That's
man. Formal
fine.
debate.
Dude, I've offered base tweaker up to
I
multiple formal
understand that,
debates.
Genesis. You
He's
could
unwilling to
defeat him
debate
in a
me.
debate, but that doesn't mean you could defeat Andrew Wilson in a debate.
Did defeat Andrew Wilson in a
No,
debate. What do you
you
mean?
didn't.
He didn't understand what hot and cold cognition was, and he also made the basis
Genesis, I
assumption.
watched.
You weren't
Genesis, I
there.
watched the entire
He
debate
also,
on his
yeah, I
YouTube
don't
channel.
care. I don't care about your subjective experiences because you yourself weren't even able to track the debate between Andrew Wilson and Candace. So, I mean,
Okay.
why is your opinion about the debate going to be anything of relevance to me?
It's not just an opinion that
How about
I
this?
alone hold, Genesis.
How about this? You
Come
give
on
me
now, man.
reasons for me to believe that I lost this debate against Andrew Wilson. We'll talk about that.
Yeah, because thousands of other people said you did.
Not Popham fallacy. Congratulations.
Wait, how
Can
many
you name
people
like?
said that
Can you
you
name
won
a
the debate,
point?
Genesis?
Can you
A
name
lot
a
of people.
point during the debate? Can you name a point during the debate with Genesis and Andrew where you watched it and you were like, okay, yeah, he lost the debate? Like, can you just give us an example? Because I didn't watch it.
Well, what are you talking? You just said you did watch it, though, Nico. Now you're
No, I
lying.
didn't. I actually never said I watched the one between Genesis and Andrew. No,
Rewind the live. Yes, she did. She did say that.
between
She
Can.
asked if you watched
I
it,
was on
Richard.
mute, brother.
Mm-hmm.
I
Okay.
said you weren't there. I thought you weren't there. I wasn't there. I didn't even know Genesis debated Andrew. I'm not
I
chronically
knew it. I just
online, brother. I don't know. But look, like, I
all
don't
the more
know.
reason.
Can you
All the
tell me
more.
a point? Oh, sorry.
No, you can go ahead now.
Yeah, I can go. I can just send you the
No,
whole
no, go,
video and
go.
you can watch it.
This page.
Wait, but why don't you're making the claim? Look, you're making the claim that he lost. I'm asking you to go ahead
Well,
and provide
according to
reasons as to
Genesis, I'm
why
not
he
smart
lost.
enough to, so I'm just going to allow you to make your own judgment.
Okay,
I
so
didn't
we're
say that
just
you
all
weren't
right.
smart
So
enough. I
we're
just asked
just
for
we're
justifications.
just not
Okay.
answering questions today. We're just up
Okay.
here to complain or something. I don't know.
Okay. Cool.
All right,
So
so maybe we
Nico,
can
go
move
ahead and
on.
watch. So go
All
ahead
right.
and watch the
I mean,
video.
Richard, do you want my reasons why I won the debate?
Sure. Go
I'm
ahead.
not making any like
I was the only
claims
one
here,
in which
buddy.
added
Like, I
things
don't
of
know.
substance to the debate. I held up my reason with consistent logic, right? He made the pre-assumption in which I was advocating for egalitarianism and therefore asked the question if I think that disabled people shouldn't be allowed to vote. When I answered, yeah, they shouldn't be allowed to vote, he assumed that this was going to be a reductio. When I asked why this is a reductio, he ran from the conversation.
I don't think he ran. He
Yeah,
finished
he's like,
that entire debate.
he's like,
Genesis.
this is so funny, but I gotta go now. And I asked, why is it a reductio? And he left. That's not finishing it.
Is it on
When you
TikTok,
said I
Genesis?
got everything I needed to add, this,
It's on YouTube. I
Remember
can
that?
send you the link.
No, like, were you guys debating on the TikTok panel?
those are his.
Oh yeah,
exact,
we were debating on TikTok.
Well,
What was
what
the
was his
topic?
exact words, Genesis?
So the topic was specifically on whether or not women should have the right to vote. And so my argumentation was that, well, first, my definition of rights is that a right is a moral principle sanctioning and governing a person's freedom of action in a social context. And then my argument was that if men and women are both of the rational kind, then men and women are both capable of understanding rights. If men and women are both capable of understanding rights, then both men and women should be able to dictate what is going to be morally permissible, what's impermissible, in regards of their own livelihoods and well-being. We ought pursue actions in which benefit our well-beings and our livelihoods. Therefore, both men and women have rights in which demonstrates their well-beings and livelihoods. This is the first argument that I gave to him. He said it was too long and told me to restart. So I this is the one that I came up with off the top of my head. So then I simplified it for him. And then I will admit that the blunder in which I made was I messed up on the syllogism. I forgot to bridge the gap. After bridging the gap, it's essentially the same thing. That voting is going to necessitate a level of cognitive ability. Individuals in which don't possess cognitive ability to vote cannot vote. This is descriptively true. We shouldn't allow people which cannot vote to vote. Therefore, people
Would
in
that be
which are
true for
cognitively
people
impaired
under the age of
should not
18,
vote.
Genesis?
Yes, this would be true under the age of people with 18. Yeah.
Would it be possible? So that would be an absolute claim then?
What do you mean
I'm
by an
guessing?
absolute claim?
Like everybody under the age of 18 wouldn't have this ability?
We would wait. I even addressed this in the debate. So because it's not an absolute claim, the best way in which we can measure this from a societal standard is to make is to, I can't remember exactly what the rule is, but is to substantiate the rule in which, in the general cases, to protect those individuals in which do not have the cognitive ability to think, would be around the age in which this cognitive ability tends to present itself, which is of the age of 18 when hot cognition is established.
15-year-olds don't have the capability of having this sort of way of thinking?
Not hot cognition, no. Maybe cold cognition, sure.
So wouldn't cold cognition still give them the
not when it comes to voting, no. No, cold
vote,
cognition. Cold cognition would be like more so towards things like understanding very basic concepts, like lying is wrong, right? And in fact, like this is demonstrated in younger individuals, such as like the elementary kids. They understand that lying is wrong. They understand that hitting another person, that's wrong, right? But hot cognition is pertaining to the long-term ramifications of one's effect on their own life, right? Being able to reason.
No one under the age of 18 would have this hot cognition.
Hold on. The ability to reason the in-depthness of said actions with their livelihoods. Like, for instance, right, having sex could lead to pregnancy, and pregnancy could lead to having a child, and having a child could lead to things like financial issues, being held back on certain jobs, promotions and things like this, and also like relational and marital problems in which could persist with having a child. Now, somebody in which lacks this hot cognition is unable to be able to rationalize with all these facts at once. Not in a different sense in which somebody which has this faculty is able to do so. So when you're asking the question, can an 18-year-old do this? Typically, the majority of 18-year-olds will be able to do this unless they are mentally deficient, and then they aren't able to. That's why that question is, can an 18-year-old do this? Is confused.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. I'm confused now because you're saying that nowhere no 15-year-old has this ability that these 18-year-olds have, which would be an absolute claim. I'm curious.
What do you mean? I said generally the case. I mean, now what you're doing is actually like bad faith now. So you're trying to posit that I'm making.
How am I bad faith when I'm asking you a question?
Yeah. Well, you're not just asking me a question. You're saying that I'm saying specific things in which I'm not saying. This is like twisting words around, right?
So can the 15-year-olds who have hot cognition, can they vote then?
Again, no. I would say that this would be like you're asking two different questions. You're asking a biological question in a sense of a societal question. I don't think societally
you made the biological claim, Genesis.
Richard, shut the fuck up for 1 second because this is why you're not tracking
made the fucking biological claim and now you're running back from
this is what I mean. Like, you think that you can debate because you watched another shit debater debate, which is Andrew Wilson, and Andrew Wilson himself can't even debate. Like, the dude is literally bottom of the barrel. Congratulations, you suck his dick. Now, listen.
Did you not make the claim
that you're asking two questions here. You're asking a biological question.
You didn't make the biological
question. You're asking a sociological question, right? We govern things. Okay, listen. Now, this is where you're going to have to listen to understand the conversation. Okay? We govern. Okay. We ought govern things based off of biological development, right? But biological development doesn't necessitate ability. Okay, or social. The sociological preference does not necessitate the ability. Okay, which means that. Here's a great example. Okay, a 13-year-old is somebody who is capable of driving if they're tall enough, right? However, just because somebody can drive doesn't mean that they should drive, right? So
Okay.
societally, to protect the majority of 13-year-olds, right? We made the case in which you kind of have to be 16 to be able to drive. This is the responsibility in which we're assuming, and this is going to be indexed to biological progression. Sure, there's going to be some 13-year-olds in which biologically can drive. There might be even some 13-year-olds that could drive better than you, Richard, right? But I still wouldn't say that societally that we should make this. This should be the case, right? And that's the same thing which Andrew Wilson was failing to do. He was asking confused questions which weren't adding anything of substance, and that's what you're doing. And this is why you're losing this debate intellectually.
So then, I'm sorry again. What then? Let me just steelman it here. The age in which someone should be allowed to vote is based off of the framework of hot cognition and cold cognition. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's going to be tied indexed to rationality. If somebody,
and if they show
the thing is, right?
Hold on, let me finish my question. And
Well,
if they
let
show
me
the-
answer your question so we can clarify.
Holy shit!
So the thing is, right, is the original claim is should women be allowed to vote, right?
Sure.
Woman is going to be somebody which is an adult human female, typically somebody which is cognitively impaired and cognitively an adult, right? Now, do you agree that there's going to be a mental age and a physical age?
Sure, I'm sure. Well, yeah, sure. I can grant that there is a mental age and a physical age. There's also those two can also, I guess, be parallel to each other. Like if someone's 22, they can have the mental age, the mental capacity of most 22-year-olds.
Absolutely.
On average,
No,
right.
I'm glad
So-
that we're getting somewhere finally, right?
Sure.
Now, do you think that it's okay to sleep with a do you think it's okay to sleep with a woman which has the mental age of 13 even though they're like 32?
No, this would be. I would take it that person would not be able to consent.
Right, and they can't consent because they don't have the cognitive capacity.
Mental
to consent.
disability, yes, they would have a mental disability. At that point.
Exactly. So this is exactly my argument, right? Why should we allow somebody to be able to vote if it necessitates a level of cognitive ability in which they don't currently possess?
Wait, I'm sorry. Answer the question again. I don't know why you cut out for me.
Yeah. So why should we allow individuals to vote if they lack the cognitive capacity to be able to substantiate voting?
Their ability to substantiate voting? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, to actualize voting, to be able to vote, to be able to understand voting, to be able to understand to make choices and decisions.
To make coherent decisions in which would allow them to vote.
Yep.
If they don't have the mental capacity, I don't think we should.
Sure. Cool. So now that we agree on this, right? Would you agree that both women and men who don't have a mental deficiency have the ability to make decisions?
If they don't have a mental disability? Sure.
Mentally deficient.
Sure.
Like
Yeah.
so. Yeah. Cool.
But I don't disagree that I'm not saying. But my actual position on this is not to restrict all women from voting or all men.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just
women and
demonstrating
some
how
men.
this follows.
I think
Right,
most
Richard,
people in general.
Richard,
should
I
not
understand
have
what
the
your
right to
position
vote.
is. Richard, I understand what your position is, right?
I've never
I'm just
told you my
demonstrating how
position.
this logically follows within my argument that I gave. Right?
Okay.
Now, at the end of the debate, right, towards the end of the debate, when Andrew Wilson was like, do you think that people with who are mentally deficient should be allowed to vote? And I said no. Is this logically consistent with my worldview?
Yes.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, cool. Do you think that this is a reductio ad absurdum if it's the case in which I'm not advocating for egalitarianism?
No.
Wait, you're saying you're advocating for egalitarianism or you're not?
I said if I'm not advocating for egalitarianism. Okay,
No,
cool.
then no, yeah.
What's the reductio?
Well, no, I don't think there was a reductio.
Okay,
I think there was a reductio.
So Andrew Wilson made a massive blunder.
Did he say it was a reductio? I don't
Yes.
remember him.
Yeah,
saying
he
it
said
was
that's a reductio. I don't need to engage anymore. I said, why is that not reductio? And he left.
Well, no, I'm sorry, but what were his exact words?
That was his exact words. That's a reductio. I'm not engaging anymore.
Well, I remember. Well, unless I'm remembering it wrong, I remember him saying, "I got all I needed out of this debate. I gotta go."
Do you want me to pull up this transcript? Because I think he did say that. He said, that's
That's
reductio.
exactly what he said.
I'm not
Yeah,
engaging anymore. I got all I needed out of this debate.
yeah. Well, I didn't hear him say that. All I heard him say was, "I got all I needed out of this debate.
Hmm.
I gotta go." That's what I heard him say.
Well, even
And
if
that's
I grant
probably
you
word
that
for word.
even if I grant you that he got all he needed out of this debate, right? All this is insinuating is that he provided nothing of substance. If anything, I can grant you, maybe he got a little bit up on me on rhetoric points, right? But if we understand like the purpose of debate, it's going to be like more substance than rhetoric, right? And so if he's just going for rhetorical points, then this just advocates that he's acting in some type of bad faith in which he's clip farming essentially, right? And if he's clip farming, then we can question whether or not he's actually there to genuinely understand positions, but more so to attack people's ideas.
I think I haven't seen the debate between Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson, but I think I heard
Andrew
that
Wilson
accusation.
won that debate.
Well, I think that accusation was also true. Was he like also using a lot of rhetoric in that? I haven't
Yeah.
seen it.
Well, I mean, that's Andrew's whole shtick, right? It's verbal combat. He's not there to understand positions. He's there to brainwash people and change their minds.
I mean, is it wrong to have the intention of changing people's minds?
No, but you can do so in a good faith, right? Because like the point is, right? So I
What
could
do you mean
believe
brainwashed? Though
I could be passionate about the things in which I believe, right? But would you say that even if it's the case in which I hold a false belief, like let's say I'm passionate that unicorns exist, right? And I want to be somebody in which is smart and claims to know things, right? Then would it be antithetical to my belief to ignore all the facts against unicorns not existing just to try and persuade people that unicorns exist?
Well, probably ignoring all the facts would be pretty bad. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly, right. And the way in which I ignore all the facts and make it seem like the unicorns exist is by doing verbal combat and spamming rhetoric.
Yeah, that is actually kind of really bad. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, does Andrew Wilson not do that? That's like my biggest contention with him.
I haven't seen him in a lot of debates. I just see him destroy people on whatever podcast. It's not really saying much because not exactly the smartest batch of people.
Those people are dumb as shit. But
That's fair.
well, no, I've seen debates where he debates other people. He's debated other people from all across the country, not just on whatever podcast. He's actually
but he does
debated
the same thing.
in politics, though. Like I've always said this, in politics, in the political arena, when it comes to like politics and things like that, of like economy and stuff like that, I don't think there's anyone. I haven't seen. Well, there might be, but I haven't seen.
I'm not even a political debater.
I don't think there's anyone better than him, at least that I've seen. Now there could be.
Did you see Liam completely dog walking in politics?
Liam who? Divinity?
They debated? I know
They debated. In politics?
Yeah.
When was that?
A few months ago now. It's on Divinity's YouTube channel.
Oh, that wasn't really politics though.
That was still politics.
You're talking about when they had the debate with the Native Americans and stuff, right?
Just because it goes into philosophy doesn't mean it's not a political conversation.
Sure, but you're talking about the specific thing when he was debating him on whether or not we should have.
All Liam was doing was defending objectivism, and that's a political ideology. It's pro-capitalist, right? It's a very liberal ideology, right, but it's still pro-capitalist.
But what was you're talking about? You're specifically talking about the part when he was bringing up Native Americans in that America would have been better
that pertains to objectivists'
right,
anti-force principle.
But what I'm saying
that's
is
political.
we're specifically talking about whether or not America would be better off and more advanced now if we had co-communed
and that's
with
political.
Native Americans.
And that's political.
Instead of pretty much
that's political.
Yeah, I don't think Divinity won that one, brother. I can't remember exactly what happened, but I don't think When it came to the
Oh,
Native American
brother,
things,
this
I don't
guy
think I don't
stinks.
think he won.
Okay, what were Andrew's points that you think that he got up on
It
divinity?
it was so long ago. I could try and remember what he said, but
Then how do you
it
how do
was
you
it
think that
was
Andrew won if
well.
you don't
Hold
remember
on.
the points and
Well,
which
yeah.
why he won?
Well, hold on. Just because I don't remember all of the things he said doesn't mean that I don't think that I can't make a conclusive argument or a conclusive have a conclusion that he didn't win or won. What I'm
Okay,
saying
so it's
is
just a
I don't
fifi.
remember it word for word. So
Yeah.
I know that Andrew's. I'm gonna try and steelman Andrew's position here. I might get it wrong, but Andrew's whole position, I believe, was that when it came to us communing with the Native Americans, that because the settlers were so well advanced and they were building settlements and stuff like that, that it wouldn't have been better off for us to, I guess, commune with them or get along with them instead of just taking over the land. That was pretty much his whole position.
And what was Divinity's rebuttal?
What was his rebuttal? Let me try and remember here. I think his rebuttal was. Let me see. I'm trying to remember. I'm not trying to go to YouTube to try and remember this, so I'm trying to do it right off the top of my memory.
How well do you think this debate between you and I are going?
We're not having a debate, Genesis. You're asking me a question.
You almost called me Andrew. You almost
I
called
know.
me Daddy Andrew, huh?
Genesis, we're not having a debate. You're asking me a simple question.
You're right. You're right. We're not having a debate. You're right.
We're not. It's a discussion, not a debate. Well, a debate is a discussion, but it's a different type of.
Holy
It's a
blunder,
different-
Richard.
Shut up. A debate is a discussion, but that's different. Debates clearly have-
Discussion's not a debate.
Well, it's like all. How's that saying go? All yachts are boats, but not all boats are yachts. But in any case, I don't remember word for word, but he did. I think he said something along the line of. He asked Andrew a question to which I thought Andrew did blunder on, by the way. But I can't remember what that exact. But that doesn't mean he actually won just because Andrew blundered on one thing.
I mean, I
can't
can send you
remember
the
exact
transcript so
question.
we can go
Yeah,
through it.
yeah. Go ahead and do that because I'm not trying to go to YouTube to try and.
Okay.
I'm trying to do this off the top of my memory because I did watch that entire debate. It was like fucking almost like an hour and a half.
Do you understand what the objectivist thesis is?
Not as well as you guys do. I can
Have you
try.
ever, have you ever read like The Fountainhead or Atlas Shrugged or like anything like that?
Wait, question, objectivist. You mean like morality objective? Like, what do you mean?
No. The philosophical
the philosophical
concept of
objectivism.
Yeah, it's just essentially Ayn Rand's. She established like ethical egoism, and then from that created a whole philosophical worldview from it.
Oh, okay, I get it now.
And that's what objectivism.
Wait, is it objectivism outside of the religious dogma, or is it did he write it outside of the religious dogma, or within secular humanist ideology?
Objectivism's anti-religion because it's dogmatic. It doesn't substantiate reason. There's no reason with religion.
Things that are objective, or
it's faith-based.
So wait, are you saying objectivism is faith-based?
No, objectivism is reason-based, right? Use reason. I mean, that's literally what objectivism is about, right? So it's anti-religion.
Can objectivism be reasoned within religious dogma?
I don't like. Are you saying like concepts of objectivism? Because objectivism is closed.
Sure.
It's not an open philosophy. It's a closed philosophy.
Right. I understand that.
Anything outside of objectivism is not objectivism. So, like, if you're saying like you're an objectivist and you're a Christian, well, that would make objectivism open. You can't be objectivist and a Christian.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Do you believe that there are concepts within objectivism that could be rooted in religious dogma?
Rooted in? No, but I think that can be shared with. So, for instance, like,
what do you mean by shared with? Wouldn't that be rooted in?
Like, for instance, like a no force principle, like turn the other cheek type shit. could be something in which Christians could
That wasn't
could
what the
agree with.
scripture says, Genesis. Turn the other cheek. Not what
Well,
the
you gotta
scripture meant.
specify which religion we're talking about, bro.
No, I understand, but I would just take it because I'm Greek Orthodox, the Christian religion. So, but in any case, the turn the other cheek was not what that scripture meant. What do you take that scripture to mean? No force?
Yeah, I mean it.
That's-
I mean it by how I read it, because I don't believe that the words breathing these words onto a piece of paper.
So you believe? Oh, okay. So you're taking the literal meaning of turn the other
Yeah.
cheek.
What
Okay, that's
other
fair.
meaning
That's fine.
would it?
That's
What
fine.
other meaning would it be substantiating?
Well, yeah. So inside the Christian faith, turn the other cheek would just be akin to forgiveness. It wouldn't mean that you can just allow somebody to slap you over and over again.
Do you think that you're obligated to forgive people?
I'm obligated.
Yeah. Like do you think
within
that?
the Christian paradigm?
Yeah. Do you think that people
Yes.
like you
Yeah,
owe
I
forgiveness?
would say
to people?
forgiveness. Yeah. Endless forgiveness. Yeah. Which
Yeah, I think.
Jesus
Yeah, I
Christ
think that's.
preaches.
Yeah, I think that's fucking stupid, right? Because
Well, that's fine. That's
if
fine.
like
You can have that
uh
that position, but I still hold to the scriptural position of the scripture position
and
of
that's because
forgiveness.
Father Daddy said so.
Wait, Genesis. Wait.
Well,
What
that's
do you?
through divine command. Yeah.
What do you? Oh no. What do you take forgiveness to be?
I would think forgiveness to be some type of internal acceptance with an action of someone else's wrongdoing.
So an
You see that
acceptance
as
of
like
action.
problematic?
I would say
The past
thing in
action.
which the thing in which I find it to be problematic is the belief in which I owe somebody forgiveness, not I owe myself forgiveness.
Oh no, I think you owe yourself forgiveness. I don't think the Christian view is saying that you owe it to the other person to forgive. I think they're saying it's better for your spirit to forgive them, like internally and inwardly.
Mm.
Like you don't have to forgive
I
them
would
outwardly.
agree.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
I wouldn't agree with
that's
like
what
the
forgiveness
concept of
is
spirit.
within the Christian paradigm.
Hold on. I wouldn't agree like it's better for the spirit, obviously, because I don't necessitate like that the spirit is the type of thing which does exist. But I would agree that it's good mentally to forgive people. But
Wait,
I mean,
Right.
if
Genesis, you're a
anything,
deist, though. Deists actively believe that the soul exists.
no. What do you mean?
Not wait. Are you saying all deists don't believe that souls exist?
I'm saying that a soul. I'm saying that it's not necessary to believe souls exist to believe in a god.
Mhm.
You have to separate deism from theism.
Yeah.
I think though something
Mm.
worth mentioning is that I'm brushing my teeth, so I'm so sorry. That's so nasty. I think
Touch
something
them
worth
pearly whites.
Yes, girl, I'm using Sensodyne Repair. Really good for your teeth. Dentists recommend it.
That stuff is actually terrible for you. But anyway, we'll get into that
No,
later.
it's not. He's
Richard
gonna
knows
be on some like
everything.
he's gonna be like fluoride is
is.
actually really bad for you.
It is. Fluoride is really fucking bad for you. What are you
Good
talking
fucking
about?
bye. Goodbye.
Fluoride is
So
terrible for you.
so you have fun with your cavities. Anyway,
Wait, I don't have any cavities.
you don't know that. You probably don't even believe in the dentist.
What are
Richard,
you
shut
talking
up. I
about?
want to hear
I
what
just
Nico
went to
has
the
to say,
dentist for
bro.
them to remove. I just went to the dentist for them to remove my wisdom teeth because my wisdom teeth were messing up messing up the positions of my other teeth. Not because I
Okay.
don't,
Anyway.
not because you believe I don't brush my teeth. I brush my teeth with
Okay.
coconut oil,
God damn it,
activated charcoal.
Richard! Will you let the pretty
Hold
I know
girl
on,
that.
talk,
Look,
please?
hold
I
on.
know
Let
that
me
breath is
finish. Let me finish this last
I
point.
know it's not
Coconut
good.
oil,
I just know
activated
it's not.
charcoal, a teaspoon of peroxide, and and baking soda all mixed into one. It's way better.
Funky ass breath. What do you use for deodorant? A lemon?
I use an animal-based product
You use beef tallow? Freak.
that I make beef tallow with coconut oil and peppermint oil mixed
You
in,
know you
organic
stink. Oh, I
peppermint
just know
oil.
you stink. Oh, I
What
just
are
know
you
you
talking
funky.
about?
Okay.
That doesn't stink at all. What are you talking? I absolutely have zero body odor.
All right, Richard, your pussy stinks, bro. Now, clam it up, please.
Zero body odor. Zero.
Zip it.
I don't use these based chemicals that you guys use on your body. It's disgusting.
Richard, look, you know what's really cool is that we don't even have to, we can't smell you through the phone. So there's no way of us knowing if you stink or not, okay? It's okay.
Then why would you make the claim?
Because I'm just being silly.
Make the claim because I have a ducksastic attitude towards Richard's smell.
Genesis, you weigh like 400 pounds. What are you talking about?
Where's this evidence coming from? What?
I'm just fucking with you.
I didn't know I got that fucking swole overnight, bro. That's crazy.
Hey, don't make me give you up like your real parents did. I'm just kidding. That's fucked up.
Hey, look,
Okay,
I got this.
no,
I got the
all right.
silver spoon. Okay.
All right, please,
You
no
were
personal
raised-
attacks. Please, no personal attacks. Come on.
Hey, me and Genesis do this all the time. What are you talking? We don't hold it against each other. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
You know how many
I never
times
told
we-
anyone that Richard likes butt sex, but he likes butt sex.
That's not true, and you know it. You know how many times we've insulted each other and cussed at each other and called each other names? All right.
So that was that. Okay. I see.
Yeah, we don't hold it against each other. We're still cool with each other.
Yeah.
He's in.
A
By
lot
the
of
way,
foreigners went from
and by the way, the weak always bully the strong. Genesis always bullies me. Are you kidding me? You know, he's
the
insulted
weak?
me more times than I've insulted him.
Dude, I think like if you're referring to me as weak, this is just gonna be like
The
really bad
1%.
for you. Like your
Well,
public
hold on.
relations are
I
just
didn't
going
say-
to go.
I didn't
down
say
the
mentally
toilet.
weak. I didn't say mentally weak. That's not what I meant. by-
Well,
by
so
weak.
is it okay to like bully like physically disabled people then?
What? No, I'm saying the weak always bully the strong. The physically weak
Oh,
always bully the stronger ones. And he bullies me way more.
what if like
Then I'd
what if
bully
it's in the
him.
news? What if it's in the news? Genesis debates hangs himself. How bad would you feel?
He's like, that's fucked up, Genesis. Don't talk like
Okay to
that.
bully Richard? Is it okay to bully Ben?
All right, enough. All right, enough.
Genesis, you're not gonna do that. You're too smart for that shit.
Don't. All right.
Have you
I
had-
got interrupted when I was saying something like really smart.
Yeah, Nico was trying to say something. That
Oh,
was
yeah,
really
sorry.
smart,
Okay,
and then
okay,
Richard
sorry,
cock
sorry.
blocked it.
I said
Really
sorry.
intellectual. Like really smart. No, I forgot it now. You got it. No, you got it, Richard. Go ahead.
Well, the quickest way to confuse your enemies is first confuse yourself.
No,
So I
Richard, you're
guess I
just being
win
a
that
cock blocker. That's all it is. Like Meg's being nice and like being quiet and like
one.
allowing
Genesis, you
Nico
just
to
want to
talk.
get in her pants, all right?
Bro, she has a beautiful voice. Okay, just let it happen.
Thank you.
Who knows? Maybe she'll let you hit, Genesis. Who knows?
I will not do that. But
Damn, she will not do that. And as a
I'm
man, I
pregnant.
respect your decision to say no.
As a man, I think if you're married, you don't have the. No, I'm just kidding. I won't say that. That's fucked up.
Anywho, before we get canceled.
Get your wife on the phone, Genesis. Where is she? I'm
I
telling you.
don't have a wife.
You think Genesis has time to deal with a yapping woman?
I'm actually polyamorous, so I actually don't have a wife.
Base.
I'm surprised.
Polyamorous
that-
in what way? Like you date trans people and regular women, or you just date women?
I debate woman.
Oh, just women. Okay.
Wait, Richard, I have a question. Richard, I have a question.
You have a question about what? If it's personal, I'll answer it, I guess. How small is my
Right
wiener?
now,
5
right
inches.
now. No. This isn't the website for me to ask you that on. I have a different website where we could talk about that on. Right now I'm using.
Shit. What's your personal question? What?
Right now I'm using my 72-hour antiperspirant deodorant. Just letting you know, my carcinogen-filled deodorant.
It's got aluminum in it. It's got carcinogens. It's got all sorts of shit that's just terrible for your skin. All the makeup you put on.
What?
You put on 6 layers of that foundation. That
I
shit's
don't
terrible
even wear
for your skin as
foundation.
well.
I don't wear foundation. I have really good skin. I'm really blessed with that. But I do eat really
Genetics plays a
healthy.
good part.
Yeah, it is genetic for sure. I eat like wild caught salmon. I'm pretty good about my diet. Anyway, do you agree with Andrew Wilson when he said that all women are R-worded?
That all women are what?
I can't say the word on here. Like R-worded, like R-tarded.
I've never heard him say that statement. But if he
said
did
it on
say,
the
Debates?
hold on,
said
if
it
he
on
did,
the debate.
wait, did he
Where's
say
Cameron?
all women are
Yes.
are
So
restarted?
here, I'll just quote.
You can say
what you
restarted.
said.
You said he said all women are restarted.
Yes.
All women.
Yes.
He made a monolithic
Yes.
claim and said all women are
Yes.
restarted.
Yes, across the board. Like, so what happened was Candace
No, no,
brought
no.
up the point. Let me verbatim, like word for word, give you the combo, okay? And then you can fact check it.
All is a monolithic claim, Nico. Just saying.
Yes. Okay, so here's what Candace said.
And
Candace
he
started out by saying,
frequently says his wife is smarter than him. So, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Richard.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So Candace, I have attention problems. You can't do this to me. So Candace said that she brought up the tweet that Andrew made about Erica Kirk being like too R-worded to not saying husband, right? And then he goes, to be fair, I think all women are R-worded. And Candace was like, why? Like, she's like, what the hell? And he was like, well, yeah, I think it's okay to say that. And I'm just wondering if you agree with him that all women are
Was he
R-worded.
saying it was he saying it being like he was actually believed that he believes that all women
Well, if he didn't
R-worded?
believe it, that'd make him a sophist.
Or was he saying that just to be pedantic? Like, cause come on now, this is the reason why I believe, this is the reason why I say I don't believe he meant that. He was just saying it in jest, is because he frequently states
So here's the thing.
in a lot of his debates, he frequently states when people ask him, why did you choose your wife? And the reason why he frequently the reasons he gives is one of the reasons he gives is he says my wife is smarter than I am. So was he saying that to
I
be
grant that.
pedantic, or
Maybe, but then
you
he
see
doubled down on it on Twitter. And then he tweeted saying, I think it's okay to say that women are R-worded. So I have reasons to believe that this is something that he holds to. And I also I have reasons to believe based on his behavior, his attitudes with women.
But he multiple times he says that not all women are retarded though. So which one are you?
Can we get
so
a can we
if
get a
he says-
muzzle on this fucking cum yapper? He's crazy, dude.
So if he says multiple times that not all women are retarded, and then he goes on to make one comment and says, "Well, all women are retarded," is he doing it to ingest, to be pedantic, or is he really believe that?
No, because then he doubled down on Twitter a whole 72 hours later. So I don't know. You go on his Twitter profile right now. I don't know.
Okay, then why did he say in the past that he doesn't believe that all women are retarded?
Maybe his beliefs have changed because now he's tweeting it. So
Well, because even recently, on multiple times, he said his wife is smarter than he is.
what about his tweet? What about his tweet yesterday that said it's okay to say all women are R-worded? What about that?
Well, if he says it's okay to say this, then that would be he believes in the freedom of speech, which means that he is allowed to say said thing.
In the context of him initially saying it and making the claim, and then later on doubling down on it and affirming that claim.
Wait, so if I said all cats are retarded, would that be me saying, well, I'm allowed to say that because the First Amendment allows me to say such things?
If you say all cats are retarded and then you say it's okay to say that, you're just
Yes, it's
following.
okay to say that because the First Amendment allows me to say that.
That's not what he said. So.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to specifically say that. He just said it's okay to say. Is it okay to say that? Yes or no? Is it against? Let me ask you, Nico. Is it against the law to say that?
Wait, that's a stupid question because you just asked if it is okay. That's a normative question. Now you're asking a very separate legal question.
Thank you, Genesis. See, Genesis is so smart.
Does the law by the First
You
Amendment
stroke
allow
my
you to
ego.
say this? Does the law allow you to say this? Yes or no?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so then what specifically did he, I want you to say it again. I want you to say it again. What specifically did he say? He said that it's okay that
No.
people say this.
Let me answer. He said, I do think all women are retarded. And then went on later, 72 hours after the debate, and said, I think it's okay to say that. I think if we use
it's
context
okay
clues
to say
here.
that. Yeah,
then we
I do
can-
think it's okay to
Wait,
say
why
that.
are we ignoring
He
the
might
first
be
claim?
wrong about
Why
it.
are we
but
ignoring the
I-
first claim?
Wait, is it not okay?
The first claim?
Well, Nico, let's focus. We'll go back to the first claim, but let's focus on this first. Is it okay to say that? Yes or no? It's not okay to say that.
Why are we ignoring the first comment?
You're not answering the question.
He made a comment in the first place.
I understand
You're
that.
not addressing.
You want me to address it? I'll address it after you answer my question.
I already answered your
I've already
question.
answered
I
the.
said it's okay.
I've already answered, Nico. First of all, you didn't even realize I've already answered the first claim that he made.
Look,
I think, in my belief, I think he's being, and unless I ask him directly, I think he was just being pedantic. Now, the second claim, can you answer my question now?
the reason I don't think he's being pedantic is because he doubled down on it.
Okay, great. That's your personal opinion.
The
That's
fluoride
great.
is getting to my brain. The fluoride is getting
Now,
to my brain.
can you
I'm gonna
answer
go
the
for it.
second question, Nico? Is it okay to say that, yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, he has the right to. It doesn't make it morally just. I don't think, especially as a Christian ethicist, that he should
What's
be saying
morally impermissible about saying that?
Yeah, I think when you're upholding yourself by Christian standards, it's impermissible to.
Yeah, that's just a claim. Can you give me an answer?
This is the look.
That's just a claim. Can you give me the why?
Richard.
Where in the Bible does it say you can't call all women retarded?
Because you're defaming you're defaming people made in the image of God.
I don't have to answer this question because Andrew is an Eastern Orthodox Christian.
You don't have to answer the question.
I do have to answer the question. I'm answering it. Wait. Let me answer it, Richard.
Okay.
Count to 5 in your head and let me answer the question. Richard.
You're not going to answer? You're dodging the question, Nico.
I'm answering it. Can someone mute him? He's talking so much. Count to 10 in your head and let me answer
the question, Nico.
To be honest, you gotta let him speak.
Okay, I'm gonna let her finish. Go ahead, Nico.
I'm really biased against Orthodox, by the way.
Like, James, dude. Okay, look. Richard,
Mm-hmm.
you and Andrew, don't interrupt me. Give me 10 seconds. Count to 10 in your head.
Mm-hmm.
No, that doesn't mean saying mm-hmm. Just stop talking for a second. It's okay. Like, okay. Thank you. Okay. You and Andrew are both Eastern Orthodox Christians. That means that you guys don't hold to sola scriptura. You guys hold to Christian tradition by the early church fathers and scripture. So when you're asking me to answer on his behalf where that is in the Bible, I'm not obligated to answer that because he doesn't go by sola scriptura. There's nowhere in the Bible that would defend his view, and it doesn't matter because you're going by church father teachings. The church fathers would advise people to not use derogatory language toward others. But if we're asking for scripture, 2 Timothy 2:25.
Okay, so great, cool. And what does that scripture say, Nico? Go ahead.
Yes, to approach your enemies with a gentle tongue, and using derogatory language is not gentle.
Does it mean
is that a personal thing? How is it not gentle?
How is it not gentle to use derogatory language?
No, how is it not gentle to say that? Well, first of all, you would have to explain how it's derogatory and what you mean by derogatory. Give me your definition of derogatory.
I don't have a definition for you. Look, I'm pregnant. I just brushed my teeth. Look, the fluoride and the antiperspirants are just in my brain. They're just like decalcifying my pineal gland.
Don't have an answer for what you believe what derogatory is, so you can't answer that. You can't answer the second. You couldn't even answer. Hold on, I'd let you speak. Thank you. You couldn't answer. You couldn't answer how it's derogatory because you can't even give me a definition of derogatory.
I'm mad as hell right now. So anyway.
And by the way, we Eastern Orthodox, it's not that we don't hold, because we don't hold this. You're right, sola scriptura, but you're misinterpreting what sola scriptura is. Sola scriptura is the individual understanding of what scripture means.
No.
That's what sola scriptura is. Yes, it is.
Latin.
Yes, it is.
The sola scriptura in Latin is scripture alone. Hello.
Yes, but your understanding of scripture comes from your own meaning, not from the church.
Yes, but okay, let's
your own understanding. People wait, Nico, are people who hold to sola scriptura, are they infallible?
Yeah, no,
they got Holy Spirit activate, bro.
No, they're not infallible. So what do they do to understand what scripture means? They hold to holy tradition and scripture together to understand scripture along with apostolic succession, which is things that are passed down and the teachings that are passed down from the times of the
apostolic is confused.
From the times, no, it's not. That is apostolic from the times of the apostles.
I know, but I was just saying using apostolic as a justification for knowledge is still confused.
It's not when it comes to
you know what, Richard?
Scripture.
Richard, here's what we'll do. We'll look up the OSB. We'll look up the OSB's version and interpretation on what 2 Timothy 2, chapter 25 says and how we should approach our enemies and the
That's
time
not the
that we should
question I
use
asked you,
them.
though.
The spiritual approach that we use. You asked for scripture. Here's your scripture. You're asking for
No, I'm
the
asking you for what?
justification.
Derogatory. I'm asking you for the definition of derogatory.
Look, we can just use whatever the dictionary says. Like, I don't know. Like, let's just pull up the dictionary definition.
Go ahead.
I don't
You
want
made
to.
the
You do
claim.
it. I'm lazy.
You made the
Do it.
claim. You pull it
I
up.
don't know.
You didn't ask me a question, Nico.
Are you wondering what the definition of derogatory? Because we can just use my definition.
Yeah, can like a man do it for me? Like, I'm just a woman. I don't know how to read. Like, I really don't know how to read.
Yeah, so derogatory is just like saying something insulting that lowers the value or repetition of another person or thing.
Wait, what was that, Genesis? Go ahead.
Oh my fucking god, dude!
I
Open your
love
fucking
literally.
ears, dude. They're massive. You put
Well, all
Dumbo
the
to
fat
shame.
is closing up your throat, and I couldn't hear you.
I understand you have a hard time listening. I'm going to say it one more time, okay? The definition is that it's going to be saying something insulting that lowers the value or repetition of a person or a thing.
Okay, so
Here, I'll
if I
type
make
it.
the claim
I'll
that all
type it
women
out
are
for you.
okay, if I make the claim that all women are retarded, how is that going to lower their value?
Are you like? What's the definition of restarted that you're using?
No, I'm not. I'm not disagreeing with you. Did you hear my question? I don't know if you
Yeah,
guys
I'm
can
asking you a clarifying question, slow boy. Now, what's the definition that you're using for restarted?
Below level of intelligence, someone who doesn't have the comprehension skills to understand the things around them.
Do you think that if somebody is below leveled, like when it comes to their intellect, you're devaluing their intellect?
Wait, no. Did you hear the entailment of my definition of restarted?
I'm asking you a question. Why are you dodging?
I'm not dodging. I'm asking you if you heard the actual entailment of my definition of restarted.
Oh, this guy's actually really stupid. Oh my gosh. Is that a yes or no?
No, I don't take it to be the case because you didn't hear the entailment of my question.
Well, now you're
My-
making a
my
new
definition,
claim.
I
What's
mean.
the argument that I didn't hear the entailment?
Well, because you completely dodged the entailment.
Because I don't have a burden. You're talking about meta conversation. I'm talking about the actual conversation and something with substance.
Yeah, I'll give. So
Can you
I'll give
demonstrate
my
the burden?
definition again. Yeah, I'll give you my definition again. My definition of restarted is anybody with the not only the below level of intelligence, but what entails that them having the below level intelligence of them not being able to understand the things in the world around them.
Now, if you make a claim which all women are restarted,
How does that devalue them?
yeah. So, are you saying that they actually have the intellectual capacity of less that of a rational person?
If they do not understand the world around them, sure.
What's up with the conditional? Why is the conditional something that necessitates your definition?
Because that was the entailment that goes along with the baseline.
Because the word said so? Because the word said so? That's what
No,
it is? Are you actually going to lose a semantical battle against Genesis debates?
No, with Genesis.
Richard, I want you to do me a favor. Click on
that
my
wasn't my
profile,
argument.
and what does my profile say?
Your PFP under your PFP it says Genesis debates.
No. I said click on my profile and tell me what my profile says.
Oh dear God, Genesis. I love semantics. Great, cool.
yeah. So
I never said I would win against you in
we're
semantics.
in a little bit of a semantical dispute here now, right? So you give
Semantical
me some
disagreement,
idiosyncratic
sure.
definition of restarted, which is fine, right? Now,
Would you reject
I'm
my
asking
definition?
you. I'm asking you a very specific question, which you continuously
Do you
dodge.
reject my definition? Yes or no?
I'm granting your idiosyncratic definition. I literally just said that. Now, I'm
How's it
asking you a very
empty?
specific question, Richard. Okay.
Okay, go
And
ahead.
that question
Ask the
is:
question.
do you take it to be the case in which all rational agents are going to be the type of individuals, and which could lack the intellectual capacity of understanding the whatever the normative thing is?
All rational beings? No.
Yeah. I'm asking you if it's possible that a rational agent could be intellectually slow.
No, I don't think so.
Wait, what? I thought you would grant this.
No, why would I grant it?
You don't think that it's capable? You don't think that it's possible that somebody which is rational is capable of acting slow?
Contextually, okay, yeah, sure, fine. Contextually, sure, yeah.
Okay, cool. Oh my god, that was
Contextually,
massive.
yes.
That was gonna be blunder number fucking like 10,000 there.
No,
Okay.
contextually, yes. Blunder 10,000, that's a lie, but contextually, sure, Genesis. In
Okay, go.
context,
Now,
yes.
can you name the biological difference between man and woman, and which then predisposes woman to be intellectually inferior to men?
Genesis, I never made the claim that men and women all women were started.
Okay, and what's your definition of restarted?
That wasn't even my position. My position is that it is okay to say that. Whether you're wrong or right,
It's
it's
not
still okay to say
permissible.
that.
It's not morally permissible. No.
This guy's actually not tracking the conversation. How is he?
I
not tracking
am,
the
Genesis,
conversation?
but you're giving.
Do you remember the
you're trying to
definition
give
I
me-
gave? Do you remember the definition I gave you?
Holy shit, Genesis, that wasn't. But
Remember
here's-
saying
again,
something
you're
insulting that
confused about
lowers the
my
value or
position.
repetition of a person or a thing? Do you think that if you're
Sure,
referring
Genesis.
to women as something in which is slow, this number one harms their repetition, and then also secondly lowers their value?
Harms their reputation?
Yeah.
And contextually, sure.
What do you mean by contextually?
In certain circumstances, I would say it hurts their reputation. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Even then, I can grant you circumstances. Can you then at least name 3 circumstances in which it would not harm their reputation?
Yeah, I would say if someone's going to make a claim about a woman and say that they're restarted, I don't think it would hurt their reputation within their job field.
Hold on, just to clarify, are we talking about individual women? Or are we talking about women in general? So if the claim is Andrew Wilson said that all women are restarted, and it's
Yeah,
okay
I
to
would
say that
say
all women are
generally
restarted,
speaking-
why are
okay,
you
that's
bringing
fine,
it
that's
into an
fine.
individual? Why are you
Generally-
bringing it? Hold on.
That's
Why are you
fine, that's
bringing
fine,
it? Well, hold
I
on.
get it.
Just so you understand what the question is, let me fucking
Uh-huh.
finish, okay? Then why are you saying that it's going to be in the cases of individual women when we're talking about women as a plural? Women as a plural.
Yeah. So again, great, cool. That's fine. I'll grant you that. So, generally speaking, no, I don't think it would harm. Give them less value within their workplace or their personal life with their family. But outside of that, I could see how it would hurt their value.
Wait,
Sure.
you don't think it would give a woman less value in the workplace? Let's say like her coworker or her boss called her that. You don't think it'd give her less value in the workplace? Like
We're not
let's say
talking about whether
that
her
we're
coworker or
determining
boss would say this, though. We're talking about
Well,
whether
we're
a
talking
person
about in the
who's
context of
online
the
would say this
workplace.
about them.
Girl,
Yeah, but that's not even the context. The context is whether or not somebody outside of their workplace or their family said this about them or said this about women in general, right?
I didn't
So
hear
maybe
anyone
their
specify
boss-
if it was outside of the workplace.
Yeah, nobody
great.
specified
Yeah, that's
I
because
didn't hear
that's
anybody
the
specify that.
situation. Because that's the
I never
situation.
heard that. I don't know.
Yeah, because Nico, that's the situation, though. That's the
No, it's
exact
not.
situation we're talking. Okay,
You changed the parameters of the situation, so
I didn't. That's the exact. What
But
are
you
you
did,
talking
though.
about?
But
Okay,
you did, though.
fucking
'Cause
when he
you-
was calling
yeah.
when he said it's okay to say all women are restarted, was he talking about females he has in his employment?
No, but what I'm saying when I
Okay,
said you
so then
changed the
shut the fuck
parameters is
up.
when you.
I'm not
oh my
changing the
God.
parameters, you fucking moron.
Richard, like come on, dude.
Well,
I'm not changing the parameters,
no, literally,
Nico.
calm down.
I'm very calm. This
Well,
is
I'm
how I
explaining
speak.
how you changed them.
Okay,
gotta
how
let
did
me
I change the
explain.
parameters,
No, no.
Nico? How did I change the parameters, Nico?
Yeah, don't interrupt. Try not to interrupt me this time, and you'll
Okay.
understand what I'm trying to
Go
say.
on,
okay?
stop. Okay, go
Okay,
ahead.
let's try our best.
Okay, get to it.
Okay. All right. So, so when we're addressing Andrew's claim, saying he said all women, and then you said, yeah, it could affect specific women. There you are changing the parameters of the original context of the entire conversation. So, yeah, you did change
That's not
the
what I said.
parameters.
That's not
Like
what I said.
Genesis
That's a
had to
straw
correct
man
this.
of what I said.
Oh.
I said
Oh.
in certain context.
Literally had to correct it.
Yeah, in certain
Oh,
context.
okay.
I said within. I
Yeah.
said within context. Within certain
No, you said
context,
with
this
you said
could.
with specific women. Yeah, with certain women.
I
yeah,
didn't.
so
Well, hold on,
we'll
hold
just be
on.
changing the parameters.
I didn't. I said
Yeah.
within certain contexts, it could
Oh.
harm the
Now
women
you
he's
got it.
speaking
Now you
about.
got it. Yeah. Now you got it.
Yeah. That's what I said in the beginning. You fucking
Yeah,
moron.
yeah. That's what. Yeah, you got it. That's what you said. For sure.
Yeah. Great, Nico. You're low tier. Be quiet. So Genesis. So I would grant that in
Girl,
certain
does that make you
contexts,
feel better? Like, yeah, I'm low
it
tier.
does
I have like
actually.
three
Yeah.
kids, bro. Like, I'm low tier. Yeah,
Great,
yeah.
cool. Then go
Like,
spend time with your
I'm not on your
kids.
lot. Like,
Wait,
What kind of
Richard,
terrible
I have an
parent?
honest
I
question
just
for you,
took a
Richard.
shower. It's bedtime.
Richard,
My husband has them.
I have an
Psycho.
honest question for you, Richard. Is God something which can be harmed?
Can God be harmed? What do you mean by harm?
Yeah, can he be put in a state of detriment?
In a context in which people don't acknowledge him and shy away from the infallible word of God, yeah, sure. I guess he can be put in a certain state of, I wouldn't say harm. I would say that he would be saddened by this. So I guess it would be kind of like that. Sure, I guess.
Oh, interesting. Is God something that's all powerful?
Sure.
God something that's perfect?
Sure.
Powerful, perfect things be harmed?
In the way in which I gave, yeah, they can be saddened.
How is this thing going to be all powerful and perfect?
Well, I'm sorry. Again, all I'm hearing is a presupposition. Correct me if I'm wrong, Genesis, but would that not be a presupposition that just because God is saddened by people shying away
Okay, thank you.
from His word, that would automatically mean that He's not all powerful?
Wait, are you saying that I'm making a presupposition? What premise or what proposition did I make?
I'm not saying you made a proposition. What I'm saying is that
I didn't make a proposition.
in your questions and your statement, it seemed like you were making a presupposition that just because someone is all powerful and all knowing and all powerful and all knowing that they can't be saddened by the way that their creations are acting
I'm not saying anything about sad. I'm asking a specific question about harm. How
Here's
can
a
something which
question.
is all perfect
if you're sad, if you're sad, would that not mean harm?
demonstrate the state of mental harm, depending on the sadness?
Sure. Okay. So what makes him being sad that his creation is acting not in accordance with his divine command? How would that make him not all powerful then? I'm confused.
Well, I mean, it seems like if something that is all powerful, then it wouldn't be put in the state of all
assuming.
perfect goodness. I'm not assuming. This is.
You said it
This is
seems
what
like
this
that's
is
an
what
assumption,
this is
Genesis.
definitionally true.
Well,
Something
that's
that's
an appeal
all
to
powerful.
definition, Genesis.
Something that which is all powerful cannot be subjected to harm. Otherwise, this is going to be something in which would would demonstrate being superior to this the sense of all powerful.
Wait a minute. If he's all powerful,
No, that's an appeal to definition, Genesis. First of all,
wait. If he's all powerful, can he?
What do you mean appeal to definition? That's confused.
you said that would be definitionally true. Wouldn't you be appealing to definition?
What?
No.
Wait, if
That's
he-
not a
if-
fallacy. Are
Wait,
you
if he-
confused?
How would that not be an appeal to definition, Genesis? Are you appealing to the definition of all
Yeah,
powerful?
because definitions are truth apt. What do you mean?
I thought
Well,
you said
wait, hold
earlier.
on.
You said they were subjective.
Oh my god, are you actually this slow? Do you not understand field language?
Well, I'm just saying. Look, I'm just saying. You said they were subjective, so I'm
Wait a minute.
curious.
Okay,
about
yeah.
that.
Do you understand words are going to be the types of things which are subjective. Definitions are going to be the types of things which hold some type of truth.
Well, hold on. If God was all powerful, wouldn't he allow himself to be harmed? Wouldn't that still make him all powerful?
Yeah, I don't see how that would not make him. That's my
Allows
question.
himself to be harmed?
But Genesis said, "It seems like," which means it's an assumption.
Well, I mean, if dogs. Okay, well, I mean, if we're going by seemings, then I would say that.
You said it, Genesis. You said it seemed like
Uh-huh.
he's
Yeah,
not all powerful. So that would be.
well,
an
this
assumption.
is me accepting or granting this position from Christianity to demonstrate an absurdity with it. So it seems like we're arriving at some type of paradox in which God is something which is all powerful but can still be harmed.
Not physically, but be harmed in the fact that he gets sad that his creation is not acting in accordance with divine command. Sure.
Or angry. Anger.
Mm-hmm. So, like, for instance, if I said something like, can God be devalued? Do you think God is the type of thing which can be devalued?
devalued from a human perspective? I think people
No.
devalue him all the
Can
time.
God himself be devalued? Can God lose value?
Use value in what sense?
How would that
Of the
even freaking
humans?
make sense, dude?
In the
Lose
human
lose
sense?
value. Can God lose value?
In the from a human perspective, can God lose value to the
No,
individual?
I've already stipulated no. You
No,
fuckhead.
then no. Outside of the human, outside
Okay,
of the
cool.
human
So
experience. No.
what's the harm? What's the harm being done if I said God is restarted?
Restarted.
You're not
Oh,
going
you
in.
mean?
You're not going in accordance to his divine command. I would say
How does this harm God?
it makes him sad.
Okay, and why should I care if it makes God sad?
Personally, I don't know if you do care. I don't know, Genesis. I don't know if you personally would
It's free
care or
will,
not.
bro. You don't need to. Okay, so that's what God gave you. So you can either believe in them or you can not believe in them. It's your choice. That's why it's free will. You can either do good or you can do bad. It's free will.
Now,
Hold on,
Richard, let me
Victor,
ask you
hold
this
on.
question: do you think people should say that God is restarted?
From my
What is
personal
restart?
paradigm,
Can we
from my
not like
personal
freaking
paradigm,
use
no,
like?
because I
Can you say like
believe.
Riri if it's literally
Please,
restarted?
please,
Is that what
Hold
you
on,
said?
Lucifer,
bro.
stop, please stop. Let me
Please,
and Genesis engage with this.
Okay,
So,
please.
from my personal paradigm, no, because that could not lead. So I'm sorry, that would be
So
an absolute
subjectively, you think
it
no?
could lead. Hold on, it could lead. Yes, it could lead to a point where you are no longer accepted in the kingdom of God. Sure.
Oh, cool. So you think that morals are subjective?
No, I didn't say morals were subjective, Genesis.
But you said that subjectively, you think that people shouldn't say that God is
That doesn't mean I
restarted.
believe
That's
morals.
subjective.
No, that doesn't. No,
What do you mean?
No, it's
What
not,
do you mean?
Genesis.
That's a normative claim. What is that pertaining to,
Well,
Richard?
How? Okay. What did I say that drew you to the conclusion that I said morals are subjective, Genesis? From my paradigm.
Yeah, I asked you the very specific question. If you believe that people should say that God is restarted, and you said to me,
Yes.
no, and then I asked a clarifying question. So it's subjective, and you said yeah, and so I was like, oh, okay, so morals are subjective.
Yeah, but I don't see how you can draw that conclusion just from me saying that. You
That's
haven't
circle of
explained how you
reasoning
can
right
draw
there.
that conclusion.
You're literally.
Wait, that's not circle. That's not circle
That's
reasoning.
not circular, Lucifer. Stop, please, brother. You don't want to get into it with Genesis. He's like 10 notches
Why are
above
you
me, bro.
so nice to the men up here, but you're like so
But
mean to me and call me names?
well,
That
yeah,
makes me really
because
sad.
what are you talking about? Me and Genesis have been calling each other names the whole time, Nico. What are you
Because
fucking
you're a
talking
woman.
about?
Because you're a woman, that's why. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
Just
it's
kidding.
literally because
Really
I'm a
think?
woman.
Wait, Nico. You really think that
Literally
I've
'cause I'm
been
a
being nice to
woman.
Genesis? Me and Genesis
Maybe
have been
Andrew's
calling.
right.
Do you not understand that me and Genesis have been calling each other names this entire fucking time, almost this entire time? Did
Yeah,
you
but you
not
guys
hear
are
us?
doing it in like a jokey way. But you guys are like joking. Like that's
Yeah, but you
different.
did say
Okay,
Candace is like
Nico,
sub-Saharan,
I've joked
whatever.
with you and called you, but how was I mean to you? First of
But
all,
you're mean.
how was I
I
mean
called
to
you
you,
a
Nico?
moron and said the F word to me.
Yes, I called Genesis a
Like
moron
you're
all the
not
time
very
too.
nice. You're
What are you
cussing
talking
at
about?
me.
Genesis
This is
called me
not
worse shit
nice.
than moron.
I think we should
Okay,
be
Nico.
kinder to women.
Okay,
I think as
Anywho,
men
back
we
to
should be kinder
rationality
to
land.
women.
Anyway, so
Anywho,
Genesis, I don't think
Yeah,
you
let's
can
be more
draw that.
rational toward women, toward
Okay, great,
vulnerable
Nico.
people.
Nico, you women don't know how to shut the fuck
Immediately.
up. That's the
at
problem.
this point,
So
That's my
if you want me to
point. That's
drop
my
someone, just
point.
send a swan. Please send a swan.
That's my point, Richard.
Well,
That's my
me and
If you want me to
Genesis, I
leave,
want to
send me a
continue.
Women are part
TikTok
of the vulnerable
uni.
class.
Genesis, I don't want nobody to drop me from a swan because I still want to have this conversation with you. Unless you
Well,
want to
dude,
go
I'm gonna
live
be
on
totally
your own.
honest, Richard. Like, you have some interrupting problems. Not gonna lie.
I haven't been interrupting. Nico just interrupted me and Genesis.
That's because I'm a
Richard,
woman.
if you could grade this debate, what would you
I
grade
don't know
this
how to
debate
control
on?
myself because I'm a
0
woman.
out
I
of
have an
10.
Very well.
excuse. You don't.
Okay, Nico. Jesus, can you let me and Genesis
Now
finish?
now be nicer to me. Now be nicer to me.
Okay, Gina.
What's wrong being underneath Genesis? What do you mean? This is just gonna be trivially true, bro.
Can me and Genesis actually just finish this debate,
Wait a
please?
minute. Hold on. I have a question. Underneath him in what context? Oh, okay, never mind.
Well, obviously that I'm intellectually superior, duh.
I thought you meant there. Anywho, but anyways, continue.
I just want to know what is believe all women are innocent until proven guilty, and we're not talking about this.
It's referring to essay and innocent until proven guilty stuff. That's the
Yeah.
type of stuff. But, yeah.
Genesis,
Yeah.
if you go live, we can finish this, dude. I don't like being interrupted, but
You
if you
don't
want
like
to go
being
live, we can finish
interrupted?
this.
Okay, now picture this. Wait, now picture this. Picture this. Imagine talking, and I start screaming at volume 10 in the middle of you trying to explain a
I
question that
thought
he
you said I was
answered
at
to you.
9. How was I?
Picture
How
this.
did I go from 9 to 10?
It's
You
yeah, because
earlier you
it's
said I was at
raising.
9.
It's getting higher. It's
It's
just
not
getting
actually.
higher.
Is it getting higher
Yeah.
right now, Nico? Is that what it
No,
is?
you're being pretty calm right now. You're being a little calm right
I've
now.
always
That's good.
but I
That's
just talk like this normally, Nico. What are you
No.
talking about? Yes, I
No.
do. I
No.
talk like this all the time.
No.
Maybe I have to speak
No.
in higher decibels to get you women to shut up.
Right. So
Do
when
you
you're
have to
saying
get women to shut up though?
Yeah, you don't have to
you
get
R-worded
Because
women,
women don't stop talking when I'm trying to engage with you.
I
Why
hate
are women
women.
obligated to stop
I
talking?
hate
Well,
women
how
because
does that
Andrew
mean
Wilson on a
Nico?
podcast said it, so
Nico,
now
how
I
does
do
that how
too.
does that make me hate women just because I tell you to shut up?
You
How does that?
women don't know how to be
Wait, Richard, if a
quiet.
woman
Yeah, women
wouldn't shut up,
generally
is it
don't know how
okay?
to be quiet.
Wait, Richard, if a woman is not shutting up, is it okay for your own well-being to slap this woman to shut up?
Assault? No, I wouldn't say assault.
Oh, okay.
I would say you
So
can
why
raise your
is a
voice
woman
to certain
obligated to shut
decibels.
up when why is a woman obligated to
I
shut
would
up when you're
say
speaking?
I would say assault only comes in self-defense. So if you're a man or a woman and you
Okay,
assault
I
me,
love that.
you're
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
get
I love
punished.
that. I love that we made that substantiation. Now, can you answer the question that I asked you?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead and ask the question.
Why are women obligated to shut up when you're speaking?
Well, why is anyone obligated to shut up when you're speaking?
Yeah, because
Thanks
well,
for
in
adding
this
nothing,
context,
Lucifer.
yeah, I know.
Appreciate that.
So
I'm mad at
Genesis, in this
nothing. Well, you're
context,
saying just a woman. You're signaling that anyone can talk and then still shut up.
Are your fifis hurt, Lucifer? Do you want to engage in some intellectual dialogue? I would love this.
oh fuck,
Bro, you
Lucifer,
don't even
don't
have
engage with him. You're not fucking even ready to engage with him.
Okay,
Just
get the
don't.
fuck out of here, done.
You're
Yeah,
just
whatever.
like
You
too low
guys
tier,
blow each other.
Lucifer.
Anywho,
Genesis.
Too low tier.
back to rationality land. So continue.
Yeah. So Genesis, where were we when in the discussion?
I asked you a very specific question,
No,
and
before
that's
that.
why is a
Before
woman
that. I
why
don't
are
wanna
women
get
obligated?
Yeah, I'm
Why
just
are
gonna
women
say,
obligated to shut up when Richard's speaking?
yeah, I'm agnostic on that. Now, can we get back to the actual debate when it came to God?
Oh well,
even know
then
what
you
the
don't have
fucking
any
word
reason.
agnostic
You have
means,
no
you
reason
fucking
to tell
dumbass.
Nico to shut up. Then
No, but I just like to hear the sound of my own voice. But can we get back to the debate now? Of God?
It's called narcissism.
yeah, what was the debate?
We were talking
How about this? How about this?
You were trying to draw a straight line.
I'll affirm the proposition that Richard is intellectually disabled, and then you
Yes.
negate the proposition.
No, Genesis, we're not talking. We're talking about the God one.
I'll even demonstrate it in a syllogism. If trivialism is true, Richard is intellectually disabled, and then just affirm the antecedent.
You're going to trivialism? No, Genesis, I want to get back into the God debate we were having.
Are we conceding? Are we conceding
Holy
that it was
shit.
immoral under the Christian view for Andrew to call all women R-worded? Yes or no?
No. So, Genesis, before she
so it's
interrupted
okay.
again.
Oh, so
Okay,
it's
Nico.
okay.
Okay, Nico. Great, cool.
So it's
Great,
okay to
Nico.
call all women
Take-
R-worded, and we're going to defend this under the Christian view.
Yes, you can call all men. Yes, yep.
Oh,
Go ahead.
all
Call all
women?
men restarted that.
As a Christian?
What's the argument
As a
for that?
Christian ethicist?
Nico, you're not a fucking Christian. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm
Well,
a
you don't
Christian.
know
I'll
that.
take that. I'll
You
take the
just don't know
position.
that.
Do you
just
submit
don't
and
know
obey
what my
your
religious
husband?
views are.
Do you,
Yeah,
Nico, do you
Richard,
submit and obey your husband's authority? Yes or no?
I sure
We're talking
do.
at the same time.
I sure do every day, every night.
Yeah, I doubt
Richard,
it.
what's the argument that it's justified to do that in the Christian worldview?
Justified,
Wait,
justified to do
wait,
what?
wait. Does me submitting
Call
to my
people the R
husband
word?
make me a Christian? I thought me believing in the divinity of Jesus and affirming the Trinity is what makes
Richard
me a
is very
Christian.
confused. Richard's very
Well, this
confused.
is
That's not what I'm saying. I didn't
This is-
say that, Nico.
this is
That
really
was just
interesting.
one question. Wait. If you disobey God's
standard-
divine command, does that still make you a Christian?
If you disobey God under divine command, like if I sin,
No. If you
I commit like a
disobey
grave
His moral
sin,
law, if you continuously disobey His moral laws, does that make you a Christian?
I think that it makes you a very confused Christian, and I think that it makes you a flawed Christian if you are going against His law. Yeah.
Are
So, like
flawed
slurring people?
Christians, are flawed Christians
Yeah.
true Christians?
So
A
like
flawed
unrepentant, like
Christian? We're
slaying
all
people.
flawed. We're all
Well,
flawed.
no, but
We all,
in the
every
way
single
that you
human
said
being.
it, in the way that you said it,
And
Please,
in the way
okay,
someone
that
so
you
if a
says
stated it.
Christian, if a
Okay,
Christian goes
Genesis,
against,
just hold on. We're getting interrupted all the time. Genesis, just start your own live so we can join up.
That's
Hey,
funny.
that's so
Richard.
I was
ironic.
enjoying this. What do you mean? You
That's
guys
so
continue.
ironic.
Yeah,
I'm
but
mad
I
as hell.
want
I'm
to. I
mad
want
as
to
hell.
finish our
Look,
debate
I'd be
because I don't
mad
want
if
you
I
to
was
run from
funky and
this.
stinky too, because I don't use deodorant. I'd be mad as
Richard,
hell
why are
too.
you being hypocritical?
Bro uses
Stinky
beef
butt.
tallow.
Send us one and then we'll move
Stink a
on.
butt.
'Cause, like, this is actually hurting my brains. Like you're complaining about
I mean,
interrupting, but Richard's been interrupting the whole time.
Look,
I
look,
haven't
look. How about this? If
I haven't
doxastic
interrupted
involuntarism
Nico in
is
like
true,
15 minutes. She's been interrupting
okay.
me the entire fucking time when I was trying to debate
Interrupting
Genesis.
Okay.
right
Oh,
now. You're
Richard,
literally
Richard. How about this? Well, we'll end the debate like this. So, okay, if doxastic involuntarism is true, then my beliefs in which saying the R slur towards women is going to be wrong is justified, and then doxastic involuntarism is true. Therefore, believing that saying the R slur towards women is wrong is justified. Concession. Holy fucking low tier.
Okay.
Richard, the 72 hours on the deodorant doesn't mean that you can go 72 hours
He
without
doesn't
showering.
use deodorant, Ash. You missed it.
I
He
did. I
literally
never
just.
stated anything about
He doesn't
72
use
hours. That was
deodorant. He uses
Nico.
beef
The 48
tallow.
hours on your deodorant doesn't mean you don't
He
need to put
uses
on
beef
deodorant
tallow,
for
Ash.
48
I
No,
didn't.
hours.
he uses beef
When
tallow.
did I
We've
say?
been over
When did I
this.
say? When did I say I use
When
a
did I
deodorant
say?
that's
When did I say? When
He
did
48
I
uses
say?
beef
hours?
tallow
Hey,
as
give me a
deodorant.
beat. When did I say? When did I
I don't know where
say?
this
When
is
did I
going.
say?
I don't know where this is going, but this can just.
When did I say I use deodorant? I use beef tallow.
All right,
Come on,
guys. All right, this is all right. Let's focus here.
First of all, I didn't say it was 48 hours. I never made the claim on how long it lasted.
Yeah, beef tallow lasts for about 10 minutes before you get funky, girl.
How do you know that?
Anywho, this isn't
Did
the
you do the study?
deodorant.
Do you have any
Hello,
evidence for this? Any
hello,
I think
hello,
so. It's
hello,
like
hello.
just
This isn't the deodorant podcast.
I'm sorry.
She's just making. She's just
I'll
making claims with
I'll
no
do what I
evidence.
can as a woman. Hold on, wait. My husband's telling me to shut the fuck up. Hold on.
Yes.
Better do
Good.
that then. Anyway,
You
Richard.
should shut the fuck up.
Kitchen. Back in the kitchen. I'm just kidding.
That's crazy.
Continue.
Anyway, Richard, can you address the question I asked like 10? Oh, he left. Crazy.
I thought you never leave. Okay, back to rationality land. The True is here. I think he doesn't like Genesis. I don't even care. Anywho, back to I don't even know where we're going. Finally, it's actually I can actually hear myself talk. I can actually hear my inner thoughts now since he's not on panel. That was yeah. Oh, he's still not live. I think his team internet cut out. Anywho, back to the prompt or to Andrew Wilson and Candace Owen debate. You want to gauge of Genesis, by the way, and claims I'm running. Wait, Genesis says True is running.
I don't care about
I'm
none of that.
I'm getting ahead of it. I'm just getting ahead
Well,
of
I'm
it.
sorry. I just don't have any
Okay,
sufficient
that's fine.
reason to believe that the true abolitionist is not running based off
It's
the lack of
just
substantial evidence which supports the claim in which True is not running. So given
it's
the principle of sufficient reason, I have no reason to believe that True is not running.
it's just indexed to my preferences and desires.
Why should I accept preferences and desires as being something which is true?
Oh, you don't have to.
I still don't have sufficient reason.
What's even happening? What is happening?
Genesis,
I don't
can
know,
you get
bro just
can you
won't tell
get
me why he
Richard
doesn't
back
like
up?
me.
It's okay. Can we get Richard back up, please?
You gotta invite him. I don't even know
I
where
think
he
he
went.
went to go look up how long beef tallow lasts on your armpits.
Wait, hold on. Well, funky.
Right, sure. Anyways, what was who was saying someone was running? I can't remember.
That was the what is that guy's name? That True,
Yeah.
whatever that says. I
If
can't
only
see
you
the
were
rest
that
of
true
it.
Catholic. If only you become that true Catholic, things might be better.
True is actively running from Genesis.
Wait, what are you guys debating about? What is his
Well, I
desires
think
and
he's talking about
preferences?
religion, right? Wasn't he talking about religion? I can't remember. Preferences? I don't know.
Well, his argument was his desires and preferences for what?
For being Catholic?
That's crazy. No, so not today, Genesis.
Oh.
Huh? Oh, I'm dead.
Oh, can I ask you a question, True?
Well, it depends.
think it's permissible under the Christian view to call all the R slur.
I don't think it's permissible to slur anybody. That's why I was trying to get the argument for that.
That's right. Yep.
Even though he's a Protestant, at least he's right there. Confused in every other aspect, but right there. But anyways,
Deist?
Huh?
True even for deists?
No, just specifically for him.
Oh, fuck you, Protect.
Yeah. Anyways, True, what do you think about the prompts?
Yeah, I think there needs to be evidence.
What kind of evidence, sir?
Yeah, just any sort of evidence before I'm gonna like pick a side in some sort of
What do
accusation.
you take evidence to be?
Evidence? What do I take? Like a definition or like you got like some contextual?
Whatever. I don't really care, honestly.
circum-
It's just whatever, yeah.
Yeah, I just need some like. How the hell do I define evidence?
Some type of reasoning or data that supports a claim or proposition.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll accept that.
Like just victim testimony is sufficient enough evidence for you to believe them.
Depends on the circumstance.
What do you mean?
I think it's sufficient enough to take a situation seriously, but I don't think it's sufficient enough to like criminalize someone just solely based upon that witness testimony.
Well, so you would
obviously
say
have
then
problem
you
with-
believe them. You believe the woman. You believe them when they say that their testimony and stuff like that.
If I have two people that present me like opposing testimonies, I'm not going to believe either one of them.
Well, it just seems a little irrational.
If there's zero evidence of either side, then I'm not going to believe either one of them.
The problem with that is
Wait, so like
typically
Jesus' resurrection and people's claiming to see Jesus resurrected?
Yeah, there's a lot more than just one witness to that.
And that's a story for another day. We could talk about it.
How many
Genesis,
witnesses
I
does
need
there need to
you-
be for you to believe a woman was
Genesis,
raped?
go 20 minutes without challenging the Christian view challenge. Go. Okay.
Don't worry, Genesis.
Now-
I'll find
Yeah, I can do this.
I'll find someone.
Okay.
I'll find someone who can challenge your religion. She's really into that, but that not right now. Anyway, but let's go back
would
to
love that,
what you
dude.
said. Yeah.
Well, okay, wait, but usually, like, even if we're speaking like in court, like the word of mouth from the victim is usually sufficient. Well, not usually, but it can be sufficient enough for evidence that prosecutes the rapist. But I think we're just speaking like if you would believe the woman. I don't think we're talking about if the rapist is arrested, because they're usually never arrested, even if they're guilty.
Yeah, I mean, what do you take believe to mean then?
Honestly, I don't know definitions because I can't read, but like whatever you do.
Like I take their testimony to be true, like that's the actual events that occurred.
Like believe, I don't know, I guess I would just take believe to be like trusting that something is true. Like maybe that's what I would define it as. But yeah, like okay, let's say for example like a woman comes up to you and is like, hey, like Uncle Sam like essayed me or touched me or whatever, and this is what happened. Would you believe her, or would you say he's innocent until there's like hard evidence against him?
I'm not going to say either one.
The prompt, you gotta answer.
No, I don't. I think that's a false dichotomy. I don't want to say he's innocent or guilty, right? I'm going to say there's
No.
accusations against him.
We're not.
Find
We're not.
evidence to
We're
determine
not
whether it's
saying.
true or
No.
not.
That's not the question. She's not saying you have to say he's innocent or he's guilty. She's saying, do you believe him, right? Because even if someone
Wait,
feels these
she
emotions,
defined, but wait, she defined belief as like taking it to be like what
I
occurred.
don't know, girl. I don't know.
I'm not going to take it to be what occurred without evidence.
Whatever you think belief is, because I don't know. Like my definitions are probably going to be bad. Whatever you think the word believe is fine. I don't really care about that.
Yeah, if I believe in something, I'm just taking that thing to be true. So, like in this circumstance, I'm going to take this witness testimony. If I believe it, I'm going to take it to be what transpired, right? And I'm not going to just believe somebody based on their word. I'm going to take the situation seriously, obviously.
would you be like, I don't believe you?
No.
Would you be like, I need more evidence. Sorry.
I can think that without like saying it, right?
Well, but why? It's like we have to think like why would we not say that?
Yeah, because potential harm.
Yeah, because there's sufficient chance that it did happen.
I think we can be
To a degree,
agnostic
you
to
do
it.
believe them.
I think we can be agnostic to a situation. I don't know, I think this is a false dichotomy.
So would you say like I'm agnostic?
I'm not gonna, first of all, I'm not gonna tell the potential victim here whether I believe them or not. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna take it seriously. I'm gonna take it to authorities. I'm gonna take it whatever I
Because
can
there's
do.
the chance that it is
Yeah,
true.
because of potential. Yeah, because of potential harm.
Yeah. So okay, so you do believe
It's
her
just like
in
I.
that
Well,
moment.
no, it's just like I wouldn't believe the potential victim because the potential harm to the other person, right? The suspect.
I don't know if there would be like much harm there, but
Yeah, because
okay.
well, if there's false accusation, if it comes out later that it's a false accusation, then I participated in that harm.
I don't think believing her would be you participating in that harm.
If I take it to be what transpired and I'm going to operate under that, then there's going to be like ramifications of that. I'm going to like cut this person off if I know them, or I'm going to like advocate against them, or I'm going to like, it
See?
depends on
But
obviously where
believing
it's
her
at.
doesn't entail all of those things.
If I believe, if I take it to be the things that transpired, then that would be what follows. If I believe something happened, I'm not going to allow this person to be around, right? I'm not going to associate with this person.
I don't know. I still think like believing her testimony, even just in that moment, doesn't entail that you would like go against this other person and like
Well, if you take
try to
what
testify
she's
against them or
saying,
something.
if you take what that says to be like what this person's saying to be true, then you are going against that person inherently because you're agreeing that they are
No, I mean
presumably a
it's like you said,
rapist.
like you don't have to say it out loud.
I would be agnostic to it, right? I wouldn't take this story to be true or any other story presented to me to be true without any like sort of evidence.
I don't know. It's like we said, like witness testimony is considered evidence.
Not solely.
Of course,
It
it's
can
been used to
be,
convict
yeah.
people. Yeah, like especially in cases where like the statute of limitations is like about to expire, or whatever it's called, like years later. If you were like a child at the time and now you're pressing charges later, and there's gonna be like no evidence except for your testimony.
Well, there has to be like evidence that you came in contact with this person, like maybe certain days, certain times. Like, yeah, there's
That's
going to be
fine.
Be by
some sort of
that's going to
evidence
be by
that you
verbal
even.
testimony.
Yeah.
So maybe
Yeah.
in the justice system, right, that this is going to be taken as some sort of evidence.
But what about
And yeah, it can be
socially?
taken as evidence, but I don't have to say that this is what transpired until it comes out to be true.
Wait, but what about socially? Because we know that a lot of SA goes unreported. So, like, would we say, yeah, like, would you believe her based off her testimony alone? Would it be convincing enough for you to socially, like, isolate this person from, like, whatever friend group you're in or blah, blah, blah?
Yeah, if there's serious accusations, I think it's serious enough to isolate temporarily.
Yeah, I think it would be more harmful to not believe the victim than it would be to temporarily.
Cool. When you say believe, though, you're using a strong word there, and I don't think you realize it because we took it to be what actually transpired. Because I'm not going to believe that's what actually transpired, or I'm not going to take that to be the case until it's proven.
What do you mean by until it's proven? If that's
Yeah,
all that they
sufficient
have
evidence.
is word of mouth. Your word of mouth should. What's sufficient evidence to you?
Yeah, if there's any like corroborating evidence with this, like if we can show that this person even existed in the same part of the planet at the alleged time, then that's obviously going to go for evidence. Like if they were in like China, obviously this is going to be proven false.
Wait, so just knowing that these people were in the same like room,
Area.
house, area, yeah, same parameters as each other would count as sufficient evidence along with their like word of mouth testimony.
I don't know that it's sufficient evidence to become proof or to know that this thing transpired, but it is evidence to lead to the conclusion that this did transpire.
What's sufficient evidence to you that would convince you
What is
completely?
sufficient evidence for like an SA case?
Like if someone like socially, like not even when it comes to like civilly or anything like that, like if someone were to like just confide in you.
Well, again, when we're talking about just confiding in me, right? I'm not, when we take belief, I don't know that I'm gonna take something to be the case without any other evidence. When you're talking about sufficient evidence for me to know this to be the case, I don't know what you mean by that socially. I don't know if that has any
Yeah.
distinction. I don't know
Well,
if that has any distinction from any other type of evidence.
the only reason I'm distincting it from like civil evidence is that you're not prosecuting the person by law. Like when you're socially, like when we're talking socially, we're saying that you're probably, you know, like removing them from your friend group, you're not talking to them, or, you know, you're making it known that this person's a dangerous society. I don't know, like stuff like that. But that's all I'm asking. So when we're saying like you need sufficient evidence to believe it, I don't know what is sufficient enough for you to be convinced that this happened. If
Yeah,
my
it's
kid's
kind of
screaming in the background, sorry, he's with his
no,
dad
you're
right now.
good. Yeah, you're good.
Thank you.
It's just gonna be it's gonna be a wide array of things, right? So again, even just them being in the same uh, area, building, whatever, is gonna count as some sort of evidence. Now, I don't know if it's gonna be sufficient evidence to make a conclusion quite yet, but there can be text, there can be uh, evidence, like witness testimony from other individuals that saw them prior or after, or any of these things, or even people that tell me this guy's a weirdo, right? And that's going to count as some sort of evidence.
Okay. So let's say that a woman comes up to you and she's like, "Hey, I was given the like what can I say down here? Let's say she was given like that, you know, that pill that makes her fall asleep. She was at the bar and some random dude slipped a pill in her drink and she passed out. And she woke up in the hotel room, doesn't know the guy. But obviously like there was sex involved and she has come to the conclusion that she was SA'd. Would you say that because A, we don't know the guy, B, we can't confirm if they were in the same area because there's no other witness testimony that we know of that can confirm this right now, would we believe her, or would we just say like we should just wait until like CCTV footage comes out, or maybe other people that were at the bar can confirm?
Should we wait to do that for what?
Yeah, like wait till you believe her, or would you believe her just based off of that alone?
Again, when we say belief, I'm going to take it to be the thing that transpired. And if she's unconscious, then I don't know that she knows what transpired necessarily. Right?
You
Obviously,
can
she
know
knows
if
the
you're
facts of the case.
unconscious.
Right. Obviously, she knows the facts of the case, that she's been shrugged. She's been taken
No,
to
you
what you
you
say, a
can know
hotel
you've had
room.
intercourse. Yep, you can know. You can tell. There's
Right.
physical evidence for that.
I'm getting there to the facts of the case. Right. So obviously, she knows these things. These few facts of the case. But how does she know who the person was? Are you stipulating
She
she knows who the
doesn't.
person was?
Just saying it's a random guy. Like I'm just going off of you saying like you would have to, you know, that these two people were in the same area or not. Like doesn't
Well,
know the
yeah.
person, doesn't know
If
his
there's
name,
no
doesn't.
suspect and there's no harm in taking it to be the case that this woman was harmed, right? I'm only saying I'm not going to take it to be the
I
case that
see.
someone is a rapist because of the potential harm.
Well, there would be a someone in question. We just can't identify them.
Yeah, but there's not going to be any harm if we're not like making accusations on certain people.
I think there still would be harm. I don't think the person has to know that they're being harmed for there to still be harm. You know, like there could still be
Right, okay, so
potentially like a harm.
what harm would exist here if we don't even know this person's identity?
The harm would be the fact that if she is lying about it, that's obviously harmful. The harm could be, I don't know, there could be like some sort of like spiritual harm. I don't know, bro. Like there wouldn't be any mental harm on the guy who's being accused because he wouldn't be aware of it, but there's obviously harm being done on the other end of the accuser, if that makes sense. Also, like lying would be harmful to the people around her. So
Well, no, I'm specifically talking about the harm done to the suspect here. So I'm not seeing harm being done to the suspect. You said some sort of spiritual harm, but I don't know if I can take
I
that to
don't
be the
know
case.
if like okay, I mean if you're talking just about the suspect being harmed himself, then yeah, like I'd agree he wouldn't be harmed, but there still would be harm done. Like if we're just saying there'd be harm done in general, then yeah. But if you're talking about the suspect personally, then no, like yeah, I don't think he could be harmed.
Right. So I don't see any issue in taking it to be the case that this woman's testimony is true. I don't take there to be any harm in confessing that to be true.
Okay, period. I agree.
Now, I wouldn't like testify and say, yeah, this is true. Like I know this to be true, right? Because like obviously it's just one witness testimony, but sure, I can say like, yeah, I believe you. Like I don't have any problem with that.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what most people are getting at when we're saying like, do you believe women, or is the like perpetrator innocent until proven guilty? I think because usually there's no like substantial evidence when stuff like that occurs. There's usually like little to none other than like what the victim says happened. And I think it's fair to assume that she's telling the truth. And then if it later on comes out that she's not, then that's fine.
So take a circumstance like I'm sure you've been following Dean Withers, right? You take that to be true at face value.
What about Dean Withers being true?
Oh wait, you don't know the accusation against Dean Withers?
No, I know. Like, we've spoken on Instagram a few times, but I don't really know what's going on.
Oh, he's being accused of this.
He's being accused of what?
He's being accused of like DMing someone and then talking and like confessing that he essayed someone.
Damn, wait, what?
Yeah, you should probably like look it up. But yeah, you like there's like basically zero evidence except like screenshots of DMs from a fake, like allegedly fake account, right? Which is pretty obviously fake. But would you take it to be true just because someone said it's true?
I think that if we're seeing the screenshots come up and off rip, you can see like, oh, this is fake, like this is really sketchy, then you already have reason to believe that it might not be true. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that'd be the same if like a victim or a potential victim came up to you and she or he was saying something happened to them, but their story's really fishy and it's not consistent with what she told somebody else, then you already have reason to believe it's not true.
Well, that could be rough territory because a victim testimony can change, right? Trauma can hide facts of the case.
That could be true. I think also, though, when you're determining whether or not someone's telling the truth, I think there are a lot of things to consider. And one of the biggest consideration is consistency in the story. But I agree that sometimes, like, yeah, their judgment can be cloudy and sometimes it can change. So that's fair.
Yeah, I think we're almost saying the same thing. I just took belief to be something stronger.
I just know, like, when I was essayed by a really popular TikToker on here. He has like 2 million subscribers or followers. And when I came out about it, I didn't have any evidence. Like, I literally had none. I have like one picture of us when we were dating, but that's it. So like no one believed me, but all I had was like word of mouth testimony. And so stuff like that, especially when it's like an influencer, I think it's really easy to be quick to believe the influencer because you already have like these biases toward them. So with this Dean Withers case, I think it might be fair to assume that he did something wrong, but you don't have to make like an absolute, okay, he did something wrong.
Can it be the same thing the other way around? Just be biased against people against him. It's like, well, of course he did it. Like, if you already like don't like him, this is like the same thing in like many cases. If you don't like a person, you're probably going to believe they did do something, and if you are a fan of people, then you're probably going to assume they didn't do it. That's just my point there.
Well, I don't like Dean Withers whatsoever, but I don't think he did it. But I mean, obviously, what I think doesn't necessarily entail the truth, right? I'm just thinking.
Right. Did it go into detail of like what he did to this person, or like?
You would have to look at the screenshots. I can't remember all the facts of the case.
Are they on Twitter?
They're probably. I know he like did it on like showed them on live and addressed it a couple like 3 or 4 days ago, 5 days ago maybe.
That's probably not convincing enough for me because like I guess me also did it on a Twitch stream. Like I don't know, still happened, but sometimes I'm just loud and confident, and that sways the jury and the public. So I don't know, but maybe I'm having biases against it because of
Right. Well,
my
I mean,
experience.
that's why I took belief to be what we think the truth actually is, and I don't think there's enough evidence in a case like this to believe uh, the truth necessarily one way or the other, right? I think if someone makes an accusation like this and has like this evidence is fishy with Dean Withers, but and doesn't have any evidence, then I'm not gonna like ruin this person's career or like uh, say that this person did this thing. Um, where we can like treat the victim with respect. But I'm not going to say this person did this thing if there's no evidence because of the potential harm.
Maybe. I think it would be rational to be like, okay, I'm gonna unfollow this creator for now until I know what the final,
Sure.
yeah. And that wouldn't mean that you're automatically believing the victim, but it would mean that you're probably being cautious and leaning toward maybe he did it, so I don't want to be.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't like. That's no different than if I don't know. I use ministry for example because I'm involved in ministry. But if like a leader in ministry was accused of something, right, where they're being removed from ministry until this thing is proven true or not true. Like that's not.
Right.
They should be isolated from the situation.
Sorry that happened to you.
Oh no, it's
Yeah,
okay.
me as well.
I think that's good though. I think like, and maybe that's what people are saying is like you don't have to automatically assume that what the victim is saying is like true, but act as if it might be true and doing things like that, like removing them from whatever position of authority that they're in, not following them until you know, or until you can make a good judgment on whether or not you
I
believe
have
either side.
I have two things to say here. The first thing to say is, what if a person has a history of them like accusing people and not being true? And the second point is, this something like this did happen when Roe v. Wade, that decision was in question before it was overturned. I think what was Kavanaugh, right? Stuff like that. So so what do you think?
They have a history of lying. I'd be more likely to not believe them. I don't know. I'd probably just remain really neutral toward both parties still, because there is an off chance that it could have actually happened this time.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like the boy who cried wolf, right?
Yeah, I had this conversation with Leo when he was on here. It's like, that's why that's really harmful. It's like, if it does actually happen, no one's going to believe. I think people have a right in that case to not believe people if they've been deceived many times in the past. I don't think it's unreasonable for them not to believe.
Yeah, I agree. Because then you can make the assessment that this individual is probably not like mentally stable in the first place. So
Well, I mean, it just depends on how we take to believe to mean. Because like, if someone like got out of a mental asylum, right, and they say this thing, I'm going to take it seriously. Like, I may not take it to be the case that it's what actually transpired, but we should take it seriously and still investigate this thing,
Well,
right? I don't think that entails. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't think that entails believing them just because we take it seriously.
That's fair.
Well, when I mean believe, I mean like affirming something as true. Whereas I would say, like, in the case of your, like, I think you can entertain a position and then you can believe it. So believing is affirming that it's true, and entertaining is just you allow the discourse to occur.
It's kind of like the way that like the police approach things. Like if you were to call and say like, let's say the statute of limitations is like 16 years, and you call the police and you say, hey, like I was SA'd, I don't know, 10 years ago. The police are going to take it seriously, and they're going to like quote unquote entertain the case and allow you to give your testimony and then allow the other person to. But that doesn't mean they believe that you're telling the truth yet. And that also doesn't mean that the judge believes that you're telling the truth. Like, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Right.
So maybe that's fair. Maybe it's fair to just remain neutral. And also take like proper action just in case.
Yeah, I think that's what we should do for any accusation. I mean, if someone comes to me and tells me like I lied the other day, I'm gonna be like, okay, well, what's the evidence of that? Or if they go tell someone else that, more make it more analogous, Right? They should be like, okay, what's the evidence of that? Instead of just being like, oh yeah,
What if
true's a
they don't
liar.
have evidence? What if they don't have
Well,
evidence? Like, what if they can't prove it?
well, if all they have is their witness testimony, then that sucks. Like they can't make the
Like,
accusation.
well, they can though, because what if there was a time? Okay, let's say let's say like we're married, right? And you call me the B word or something, and I go on here and I say, "True, my husband called me the B word," and you go, "Where's the evidence?" I'm not gonna have evidence because we were arguing off our phones privately. You know, like I'm just gonna have my personal experience against you. I think that could be sufficient enough to like draw people to believe that this happened, even if I don't have evidence to prove that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, hold on. I think you noticed something when you're, essay and other things like that, like murder and all those things. These are things, we know criminal law beyond reasonable doubt. These things, there's like a standard of evidence that's clearly higher for these things to be true or be believed. Where something like that, I would say if it's like, okay, if someone said to call you the B word, yeah, I would definitely believe that. I think the standard of believing that would be much lower, especially if you're talking about a person, let's just say like your husband or whoever this person is very foul mouthed and calls a lot of women the B word. That's
What
much
if he
more believable.
doesn't? But what if he's usually really nice? Because that's a whole other
Yeah,
conversation, you know? Like
yeah, that's
nice in
harder.
public, kind of abusive in private. It's harder to believe just based off of victim testimony alone. But it still happened, you know, and
I
you
think
could
it.
still
I
make
think
the
it.
accusation.
Yeah, I mean, I think it also depends on the harm, the possible harm, because there's like I don't see any harm coming from me believing that your husband could call you the B word. I don't see any harm coming from that.
What if I said that, like, I don't know. Okay, let's say, okay, true. Let's say, like, you messaged on Discord and you said the N word, right? Like, you called someone the N word hard R and then you unsent it before anyone could get a screenshot of it. Like, you unsent it from your chat, so it deletes it for everybody. And then I went on here and I was like, yo, True literally said the N word hard R on Discord. And you go, where's the evidence? You don't have any evidence. Like, you can't make that accusation. But it happened, you know? Like,
Yeah, I mean,
I
I would
know.
say that I would say you can try to make the accusation, but if you have no evidence, and I'm not the type of person, like if we take it to be the case, the suspect is not the type of person to use slurs, um, and whatnot like that, then I don't see why we have any reason to take this to even be true,
Look,
or
wait,
even
wait a minute.
or even hold that seriously.
I disagree with that. I really, because people could be different publicly versus like privately, you know?
I think the accusation, like on Discord, doesn't it show you that someone deleted unsent a message?
No,
I don't think so. Yeah, I think that's
it
on
just
like
disappears.
Snapchat. Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, if it's like 100 people were there at the moment he sent that message and then he unsent it and then everybody came in
Yeah, I
alive,
mean,
I
No, that's
think.
different. Let's say it was like
yeah,
a group chat
that's
of
different.
5 people and they were all
Oh,
sleeping.
oh,
Just
okay.
bad timing, you know? I don't know. That's why I
That's
think like sometimes you can still accuse people even if you have like literally no evidence. And if you're convincing enough in your accusation, I think it's okay for people to assume that you're telling the truth. But if like I just come on here one day and I go, yo, like True called me the N word, I swear. Like obviously that's unserious, you know?
Well, like I said, I think for that I think much less evidence is needed for that. Or I mean, if you're accusing someone of SA or other serious crimes like that, I think that standard is much higher.
Yeah, I mean the potential harm from it is much higher too. So yeah, the higher the potential harm from the outcome, the higher standard of evidence we need.
No, it's still harmful if I accuse you of saying the N word because girl, nowadays people get fired and stuff for that. Like
Yes.
Right. No, I
people
mean
go
I'm saying
crazy over stuff
there's
like
going to be
that.
a standard. There's going to be a standard of evidence there, right? But like someone calling you the B word, I don't necessarily think there's going to be like very much criteria necessary.
But
I
like
think
what
I would
about the
take your
N
witness
word?
testimony to be enough.
Like that's
But the N word,
hard.
I would say there
Yeah.
needs to be like at least 2 or 3 witnesses, or like some screenshots, or even some evidence that or that the suspect,
But
I
there's
guess
no
I'm suspect in this
screenshots, girl.
scenario.
Everyone was
Right. No.
sleeping.
Right.
You
Right.
unsent the message.
Right. So if there's none of this, I don't think there's a reason to believe this.
Yeah, what if a teacher? What if
No.
like a teacher sends this to a student? Like, yeah, you stupid N word, and like you like
That's so
you.
unserious.
Yeah, I just use it. 'Cause, like, yeah, it's like, what do you do there? Yeah.
Well, if there's no evidence that this teacher did this, then what can you do? Like, there's no
You
evidence that this person did
investigate.
this.
You take it
So sure,
seriously.
investigate. Well, hold on. Investigating is fine, but we already know that there's no evidence for this, right? That's what's stipulated in the
That's
hypothetical.
fine.
So if there's no
Yeah.
evidence for this, then there's nothing you can do.
It's fine though, because there's usually no evidence in most things that, you know, people are being accused of, and you still should take the accusation seriously,
I've been
regardless.
accused of a lot of things on TikTok, and not
Yeah.
horrible
Yeah.
things, but stuff that they said, some stuff.
Well, even trolls come up right on your panel and say some wild stuff sometimes, right? We have no reason to believe some random person that comes up and says something.
Like if I'm hosting a live and like someone comes up and is like, "Yo, Protect literally slurred me the other day," I'm gonna be like, "What happened?" Like I'll probably ask. I'll like investigate for a second, and then if it sounds unserious, then yeah, I'll be like, "Okay, this never happened."
I don't use profanity or slurs, so that definitely wouldn't be me. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
like, what if?
I take it to be the case that Protestants a slur, so I disagree.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, I guess that's the exception. Anywho,
I didn't mean to cut you off. I just had to get that out, Nico.
Yeah, sure you did. You feel better about yourself now? All right.
Dude.
All right. Anyways, but yeah, I don't even know where I was gonna say. I think Nico was gonna say something.
I'm going to a non-denominational church in the morning.
Oh.
Just wanted to let you guys know.
That's a 50-50 chance.
Sure,
I'm a non-denominational Christian, so I understand, right? But
Yeah.
you gotta be careful with those.
Yeah, for sure. I was a part of a good non-denominational church back home before we got stationed out here. And then we became, oh my God, but before we came back here, I went to a mega church with one of my homegirls, and it was really messy, like really, really bad.
Surprising.
And then when we came out, I know, right? When we came out here, my husband and I became Catholic. Wait, what is the word? Catechumen?
Catechumen, yeah.
Yeah, we did the OCIA, and well, I'm baptized Catholic, so I've already done that part, but it was kind of sketchy, and the priest was really weird, like really fucking weird. He like made really weird comments about me being like mixed race and like kind of sexualized it. Yeah, it was really weird. He's like, "Yo, mixed girls are crazy. Like, watch out, they're freaks." Like, it was weird. And then he called the other girls in the congregation like smoking hot, dude. I don't know. Anyway, it's a whole other story. Yeah, super weird priest, dude. But
I had a priest in school that he broke his vow, and yeah.
What, celibacy?
Yeah, they did stuff with one of the teachers, the younger teachers, and now they're married. So yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Crazy.
Yeah. No, I stopped going because I just had some issues with I had issues with like what the Catholic Church deems as like a grave sin and what isn't, and there were some other things that I was just struggling with. I think some Marian dogmas, I like Mariology, I don't fully understand or agree with. I don't know. I was reading a book that I was recommended by the church, and it was like about Mariology, and literally the whole book was like, if you don't believe in the Marian dogmas, you will go to hell. Like straight up. Like, okay, this is crazy. I don't know.
What are your contentions with the what's it called? The grave? What's the problem with that?
Yeah, well, I was reading down the list of consciousness, and that you should like read over before you go to confession, and most of it was like very obvious and understood, but there were some that I was like, this can't be a grave sin. Like, okay, not to be vulgar, but like pulling out of your wife, like I understand when she's not pregnant, like to be open to life, but if she's already pregnant, like I don't. What's
So
the issue? I don't know.
we Catholics were all against contraception, all forms of even that.
But it doesn't even like logically follow to me, because the reason is that you're open to life and you're keeping like the sanctity of, the act between two people. But if the woman's pregnant, she's already bred, girl, like I don't know.
I mean, believe it or not, It's extremely rare, but it's not impossible to get pregnant while already being pregnant. It's very rare, but it's yeah.
If you have like two uteruses, like I've heard of that phenomenon, but in most cases it's not going to happen, so there's no need to be open to more
Yeah,
light.
yeah.
It's okay. I think some birth control is probably fine. This may be controversial, but some birth control is fine. I think for some reasons, like if you're truly financially unstable, I think if you take a pill to prevent pregnancy, it's fine. Don't get an abortion. That's obviously bad, but natural family planning just like doesn't work. It's not always true. You can ovulate twice in the same cycle. I got pregnant off of natural family planning at freaking 10 months postpartum. Like it just doesn't always work, even if you're really strategic about tracking it. So I think birth control is sometimes fine. I don't know.
I'm still looking into Catholicism, but I agree with most of the things. So
Yeah, you should stop doing that thing.
yeah, whatever.
Oh. But yeah, the Mariology stuff is really what like made me a little side eye. Because I understand, like, I think Mary should be venerated to an extent. I think she's a really highly respectable human being. But I also don't believe that like it's necessary to affirm Mariology and like all this other stuff to, you know, I don't know.
It's just hard. It's just hard to defend in conversations. That's my only problem. It's just like, dang, how do I defend this? It's like this. Like, it's really hard to defend Mary being sinless and some other doctrines. It's like, dang, how do I?
I kind of do agree that Mary was sinless, but I don't know.
He was made sinless through Christ, like we all are.
Well, I think that it would be hard to understand how she genetically carried a perfect being while having the stain of sin in her
that
DNA.
problem extends to her mother.
No, because she was created in the womb without sin, right? That's what I heard. I don't know. Wait.
If she was created in the womb without sin, she would be a perfect human being. Therefore, how is her mother carrying a perfect human being?
Okay,
No,
that's
it's unique to specifically.
Wait, but do y'all know the Eastern Orthodox teaching on Mariology? Like they believe that she was sinful and then she was cleansed of her sin later in life or something like that.
Oh, they reject Immaculate Conception. They reject that.
Yeah, exactly. Which maybe makes more sense.
They're heretics. Don't listen to them. I'm just kidding.
Oh, brother.
Kidding.
Aren't y'all part? You guys are like a part of the same lung of the church. I thought. Like,
I don't know. Well, kinda, but also not really.
Girl.
Protect, you said, right? This was unique to Mary. How would that be like possible and not be possible that it's unique to Jesus?
What do you mean?
Why would Mary being sinless be necessary for her to carry Jesus?
Oh, it's just because God specifically, God specifically chose her. He excluded her from original sin, inheriting original sin. I don't know.
God chose a lot of people that were sinful. God chose a lot of people that were sinful for other things.
Wait, what did you say?
God chose a lot of people that were sinful for a lot of things.
Yeah.
So I don't see how that would necessitate that she's not sinful.
Well, we don't know God's intentions, so I'm not going to assume I read his mind.
Oh,
so.
Do you
crazy.
think
We're just
that
gonna kill the mystery.
Do you think that God could create a perfect and sinless human being while also maintaining like his own divinity and like what's necessary for him to what is it? You know, like how him sacrificing himself on the cross is necessary for salvation because he's perfect and sinless and also God. I think it's possible for him to create a sinless human being and also maintain all of those true facts about himself.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I think it would be possible, but given the fact that we're taught that there is no sinless, that all have sinned and fallen short of glory of God, I don't think that's possible now because of the law of non-contradiction.
Well, this might sound like a stupid question, but didn't God technically already do that with Adam and Eve? I mean, before they sin, weren't they perfectly made, at least in a way, and they were sinless before they sin, and then they ruined it?
Right, so I think it's possible that he can do this, right? But given the law of non-contradiction and that it's been revealed that all have fallen short of the glory of God, then
Do you think that God is bound to the laws of logic like we are, though?
Yes.
I think he binds himself to them. I think he binds himself to them.
I think because
Interesting.
I think logic is a part of his nature. So like he's not the author. I think I forget what verse. God's not the author of confusion. So like God is like nature. Like logic is like a part of God's nature. I actually
He's
had a
not
prompt on that.
he's not the author of confusion, but like there are mysteries of God that we'll never be able to comprehend, right? Like
I still
that
think
could
it's
be one of
logical.
them.
Like I don't think like since God is logical. Like God is an eternal being, so he can't cease to exist. He can't stop existing. So he is logical, and God can't be evil by his nature. So he still
Right.
operates around logic because he is logical.
Yes, I agree with that. I just don't think it's necessary to believe that Mary was sinless to be a
It's
Catholic,
not.
if that makes sense. Like
How to be a
that
Catholic.
was yeah, that was a really big part of OCIA was agreeing that Mary was sinless and that she is the Queen of Heaven and whatnot. And I just don't see why that's necessary to be like confirmed. And I
I
think
don't
that it's
disagree.
yeah.
I don't disagree. It's like I said, I just can't really defend it. But there are definitely like other doctrines that you definitely have to be Catholic.
I don't
After.
agree with that. I don't agree that you have to be baptized to be saved either. I think that like comes into the conversation of like if infants pass away, because the catechism says that infants who pass away before being baptized are, given to the mercy of the Lord. It's like not even assumed that they're in heaven. So there's a possibility that there's just like infants in hell right now, just based on their sinful nature, and not being cleansed of that sin. I think that's really like unintuitive.
Well, we have to keep in mind we do believe in a merciful God, and like I said, God being good. God is a judge, but God is also fair. Like
Who's we?
I
I thought you were
like
just looking into it.
what'd you say?
I said, who's we? I thought you were just looking into it.
You're
I'm just gonna
confirmed Catholic, Protect, right? Like,
no,
yeah.
no, I'm not. I'm inquiring.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna ignore what he said. Anywho, back to rationality land. You still think that God is fair? Like one of the many questions Christianity is like, what about people who have never heard of Jesus and the gospel? We still think that God is fair, and these people still go to heaven.
Wait,
Uh,
no, that's not true. That's not true.
it's
That's not what
possible.
the catechism says. Yeah, but the catechism says that, like, when we're talking about infants specifically, like, if a baby passes away before they're able to be baptized, they're just put up to the mercy of the Lord, which doesn't say that they go to heaven. But if you take an infant that was baptized and they do pass away, then the Catholic Church is going to say they absolutely do go to heaven, which is like salvific claims either way. And I don't think we're in authority of judgment to make these claims, but I think it's really scary to say that, yeah, like if you had a miscarriage, if you had an abortion, if your infant passed away before baptism, then there's a likeliness that they could be in hell right now because of their state of separation from God's grace by the Catholic Church's
Yeah,
teaching.
but like if it's something God's mercy, we do believe that God is a merciful being, and like He's still fair, and like I mean that's just making God look evil, and I can understand why. Oh, dang it, I died. Sorry, playing Call of Duty.
Oh no, girl.
Yeah,
Oh
but like
god.
we still believe that God is like a fair being, and you still would show mercy, would still grant heaven. I can still see why people would like turn that off.
That's not what the catechism says, though.
Yeah, but like, I mean, I don't want to use this case for like the thief on the cross. Like, is there any evidence that he was baptized or wasn't baptized? I don't even know.
No. But the Catholic Church says that he was baptized by Spirit because of his confession to Jesus right then and there. So, but infants are unable to confess and repent. So, and that's why the Catholic Church says it's unclear if they go to heaven. And I think it's strange that we can make a claim that, look, if you're baptized and you're in the state of grace, you are going to heaven. But if you're not baptized, probably not going. Like, I think that's a little tricky, I don't think like anyone can make that determination either
Yeah,
way.
I can
That's
see why people.
why the age of
What's that?
accountability belief is better.
Well, yeah, but the age of accountability doesn't start until like age 8, and I don't even think that. I think that's
Arbitrary.
so young.
That's
I
arbitrary.
don't know. That's what I heard
That's different.
that
That's different for every
yeah,
person.
that might be fair. Like whatever whenever that individual comes to like full rationality and is able to make like moral assessments, maybe. But oh my gosh, my husband has the babies, and I'm trying so hard not to go down there because I can hear them crying. But
Well, I also think it. Well, I was gonna say, I also think it's a little bit arbitrary depending on the sin that's committed too, right? Because like a I don't know, a 12-year-old knows lying is wrong, right? They can still lie, and then that would be a sin. Whether they're accountable, right? That would depend on their rationality, and only God can know this. But presumably, they know that's wrong. They can do the action anyway, and then they're guilty of that action, right? But if it's something like I don't know, sex, we obviously know children can't consent to sex, right? So they're not going to be guilty of anything if they commit this action.
Wait, hold on.
And the church agrees with that.
Well, lying in general cases would not be a mortal sin, though.
And same with well, the Catholic Church says that a mortal sin is any sin committed with full consent and full knowledge and awareness of it being a grave matter. So, like someone being essayed or not being able to consent wouldn't be a grave sin to the church, which is I agree with that, but
yeah, but like a small little lie is like that's not.
That's a venial sin.
Yeah.
But it could lead you to a mortal sin if you continue doing it. Like lying consistently would be going
like
against
something like
God's grace.
Forgery, something like forgery or like slander. Yeah, that's pretty bad. But yeah.
Yeah. I think that what gets tricky with the Catholic Church is that there's a lot of absolute salvific claims on people and whether or not they're in a state of grace. And it just, I think, gives a little bit more authority to the church than it does, what we know God's judgment and mercy to be. And I think that can be a little bit fear-mongery to people. I don't know.
Well, mind you, there's a lot of people in the church that, a lot of like, okay, you said it was from the catechism. Okay, that's fair. But like, there's a lot of people who've made a lot of mistakes. Like, they're clearly don't know what they're talking about in the church. And Genesis is back.
Well, yeah, Genesis will be able to give us a good, rational opinion on this. Obviously, good Christian man. No.
Usually, I have my best Christian debater on panel. But she's not here today.
I'm here right now. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's literally up there.
I said she. I was really said she, but yeah.
Best Christian debater. I'm curious.
Yeah, it's one of my mods. So yeah.
There's a girl on here named Wit, and she's Orthodox, and she's really good with debating like all that philosophical stuff on like God's existence and stuff. She's really smart.
Debate philosophy.
Yeah, you don't. I can tell. I can tell.
Yeah, that conversation with Richard was quite possibly one of the worst things I've ever heard in my entire life.
Dude, he's hella funny. I want him back up.
No, please, no. That's enough
Really
suffering for
funny.
tonight. That's enough suffering.
Very typical, like Andrew Wilson viewer for sure.
Yeah,
but
glaze. He's got to glaze him.
I know he can never be wrong. Never disagree with him, right? But no, I think that I just think the Catholic Church is a little scary. I'm not gonna lie. I watched a video about it was like, oh, this nun, she's now a saint or something. I forget which saint it was, but it was like she saw visions of Martin Luther in hell. Like, jeez. Yeah, and it's like, okay, like, what the hell?
Wait, I actually, hold on. This is actually related to the prompt, so get back to this. So, the reason I had this prompt, because I brought up Conor McGregor. So what do you think about the Andrew Tate case, as we talked about Andrew Wilson and some other people who simp in? What do you think about that?
There's a case. Dude, there's like a case against him like every other month.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like,
you see, I'm more willing to believe him that he did it because how he got money was in the adult industry. And we know the adult industry is within that trafficking stuff and all that other things like that. So those groups of people associated with that, I'm more willing to believe that they did it. I think that in of itself is evidence that he worked in that industry.
What do you think of the Dean Wither accusations?
Dude, what happened? Can someone like give me details? Because I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know the details. I just heard about it.
Yeah, somebody's just accusing him of essaying him, but that's a complete like fake account in which like the screenshots are of, and then like Uriah Moore is like hosting lives about it now.
Who's hosting lives about it?
You know Karmakazi Kiwi?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I forgot about that guy.
He's hosting lives.
He's like a
Isn't
yeah.
he like a predator? That's crazy.
Yeah, he's
Isn't
like
that
He's definitely a predator. I have like posts
I
about it
think
on my
he
other
hurt his
account.
ex-wife or something like pretty bad, and then I don't know, he's got a kid. I don't know. There's some weird people in this community. I don't know.
They're all weird.
This is true.
They're all weird. What's that claim? They're all R words. They're all weird.
All right, all the women, just the women though.
All women are R words. Yep.
And it's okay to say this. It's all
Except
right.
Mermaid. Mermaid's not one of them. But she is kind of unhinged though.
I love Mermaid.
Are you an abolitionist?
I can't be, but I believe their like doctrine, yeah. Like I
Okay.
believe I'm against abortion. I do have some questions about like the medical exception. I've talked with Chicken and stuff on, and I still am mostly like I could understand it, but I don't know. I
Mermaid could
can't
come
really
up and
defend that.
explain. Mermaid could wait. True's one of them. True's an abolitionist, I think. Though their theological commitments are kind of confused, but you know.
Protect, you think? Can you take a look at my name?
How would you address like the violinist hypothetical?
I think that you should stay hooked up to them. It's nice. It's nice to do. It's a good act. You should
Do you think
be
it's
virtuous.
immoral if they disconnect though?
Yes. Hello. How could you disconnect from someone and just let them like perish?
Yeah, because I don't think that other people have a claim to other people's bodies.
I think sometimes in cases like that we could. I think that's understandable.
Don't you think that's like kind of like pro-slavery rhetoric though?
No.
In order to
because-
sustain my life, I now own you.
No, but you don't own them. You guys like are symbiotic. What's that word?
Symbiotic.
Yeah, that one.
I don't see like how it's necessarily like symbiotic though, because essentially what the person is saying is like, I'm not letting you disconnect yourself from me because I'm going to unalive. I'll own your decision to do so.
Wait, what if the person's like, you know what, dog? Like, I don't really care if you disconnect from me. It'd be cool if you did. Like, I'm just here, just chilling. And the person was like, no, I have an obligation to stay hooked up to you. Like, we're in this together. Like, let's like change it. Let's make it analogous to the fetus. Like, the fetus is in there and they're like, I don't know what the hell's going on. Like, I'm just chilling in this womb. You know, like, I'm not forcing you to keep me here, but like, it'd be good if you did, you know? Like, it's the same thing.
Well, I don't think that. Well, that the thing is the fetus isn't going to be the thing which forces the mother to keep it. It's going to be the society or the government, which says that the body fetus owns the mother, and therefore you cannot unalive the fetus to terminate the pregnancy.
I don't know if the government is saying that the fetus has an overall claim over the woman's body. I don't know if I'd be convinced of that, but I think that they're saying that there's an obligation to not cause harm to the vulnerable being in question. And
Dishing out harm.
I don't know if like, what do I take harm to be? I don't know if I could define the word harm itself. Maybe like something that causes like negative, I don't know, like negative outcomes for something or someone. I don't know. Did that make
Does like
sense?
one's ability to experience harm necessitate that there is harm?
No, I don't think so.
So harm can be done if one can't experience it?
Yes.
Okay. So like, can a rock be the type of thing which can be harmed?
No, I think that you have to wait, I'm gonna use a big word. Let me know if I'm using it right. I think you have to have like the ontology of like a being that, you know, can become something that can be harmed. And a rock doesn't have that. Did I use the word right? Hold on, did I use that word right?
Ontology. Yeah, that's fine.
Wait, okay.
Made like it has to be made up of the type of thing which can experience harm.
Yeah, like I'm not going to say it has to be human necessarily, but you know, like it probably just has to be the type of thing that can experience like harm. And I think I also do agree with like that counterfactual account of harm too. Like I think if it can be deprived of something, then it is experiencing harm indirectly.
What was like an anthropomorphic rock?
Girl, what the hell? What's that?
Like a human-like rock. It has like all the characteristics of a human, but it's just a rock.
Can it like grow to experience the things that humans can experience?
Yeah, it has.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a rock. It just has a structure.
Keep that rock alive. What the hell?
Be wrong for me to skip it across the lake.
Yeah, well, just because it looks like a rock doesn't make it any different from you and I, okay?
Okay.
Like they can talk, they can have conversations with people. It's just
Yeah,
a rock.
that's like saying if a human being was born and looked like a rock, would it be okay to like punt it across a fucking soccer field? Like, no. Just because
It'd
it's
be
built
okay to
like
like
a
value
rock.
my. I think it'd be okay to value my own rational interests over the interests of the rock.
What if I gave birth to a human being that literally like resembled a rock, just exactly, but it had all of the same like qualities as me? Would you say it's okay to like just kick it?
It would be rational for you to kick it, so no.
Right. So it's the same as this little rock over here too. That's like the same as us.
I don't think
Just
it'd be
not a
rational to
human.
let Richard back on the panel.
Richard, come back. Is he
Is
back?
that rational?
I think so.
I'll invite him. I'll invite him.
Is he back? That's right.
So, Nico, do you know what like a partial molar pregnancy is?
I don't hold human and alive. It's not necessary for me, and the partial molar doesn't have like the same qualities to
Oh,
it.
you're
Like
just saying
the
that
human
this thing has
experiences.
the future experiences.
Yep. Yeah, the partial molar doesn't. So like the DNC would be fine to get for the woman who has the molar.
That's fair. Yeah. So, like, how do you answer then, like, valuing potentiality the same as actuality?
Okay, you gonna ask me like a question about sperm?
What?
Are you gonna ask me a question about like sperm? Like if like
Does
this
it have its own
sperm?
unique DNA?
Okay. Like valuing potentiality over actuality.
Or actuality, same as actuality.
I think it's fine in most cases. Probably.
It's not special fleeting. Like, if it's fine in most cases, but not some cases.
I don't know. Maybe it's not special pleading because I'm just super smart and you're just not getting it. You're not on like the same level as me. So
You're right, Nico. I'm sorry.
He affirms particularism, so it's not special pleading.
I mean, if trivialism is true.
Whatever that means. Whatever those words mean, guys. I don't know. Well, looks like I won that debate.
Mermaid's the best debater, but then she got some beef with some group of people. So yeah.
I love Mermaid. No, she be calling shit out.
Except being bad at Call of Duty, that's unacceptable. Yeah.
It's okay. I'm not at first person
Protect,
shooters.
when are you going to play me in chess, bro?
Yeah. Like the mobile game, yeah, we can play. I'm not that good at chess, so yeah, we can play. Yeah.
Yes.
I
My dad taught me how to play chess.
Me too. It's fun.
What's your go-to opening for black? This tells you everything about a chess player, by the way.
Wait, what'd you say? Wait, what?
Go-to opening for black.
Like which piece? Like the little tiny pieces or like the little
Are
horse-shaped
you referring
piece?
specifically to a black piece?
No, I'm talking about the first. Usually, it's typically the first 2 to 3 moves, sometimes 4, and which substantiates the opening of the game.
I'll move like the first pawn. I'll move like the knight, and then what else? What other pieces? I think that's like my first 2 moves.
I like the little horsey. Like that one.
Yeah, I think that's the knight. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm more so talking like the Caracal defense, you know.
Oh, I'm not Bobby Fischer. I don't know all that stuff.
You're not Bobby Fischer. Did you see Magnus Carlsen won back-to-back world championships?
He did. I don't know much about chess, but was that like recently?
Yeah, that was recent, bro. Dude, Magnus Carlsen's objectively better than Bobby Fischer, bro.
I gotta watch that stuff, man. Imagine me being good at chess. That'd be awesome. That should be the Olympics, whatever.
Boring,
It's way better than
boring.
checkers. It's way better than checkers.
Imagine not being an abolitionist. That would be awesome.
Imagine not. Wait, hold on. Let me use my brain for a second. Imagine thinking abortion is okay. Let's stop.
That's a wonderful world.
Stop
By the
that.
way, Chicken
No.
made this prompt for me. Chicken the goat made this prompt for me. She's one of the nice ones. Everybody else is kind of mean though. But
You
what do you think about
know,
the prompt?
what's bothering me about the prompt is that the yellow in the background to the left of the cross looks like it's about to form the shape of a heart, and it's not. I want it to be the shape of a heart. Please.
That's interesting. Well, my wife and I told Chicken's like, and we want some changes to it. Chicken's like, she put her foot down. I'll just say that she put her foot down.
Okay, period.
Huh. I think, like, I'm curious though, right? Because, like, if you're on the side of innocent until proven guilty, and this is why I brought up the contention earlier, right? How do you stay consistent with belief systems, given a set of evidence in which does not necessitate faith, but you still have the belief in what Jesus resurrected?
Oh my god. You know what? He went past his 20-minute timer. He stayed good.
I completely forgot you had that. I completely forgot. Oh my gosh.
Like, this is crazy. I believe that Jesus resurrected. I believe in the divinity of Jesus, but I do have some, I don't know, not issues on that, but like religious doctrine is really confusing to me right now, but I like Jesus.
Do you believe in, like, the mass exodus in the Old Testament?
Girl, what's that mean? Mass X, what?
Wait, you're talking about
has
Moses? Like
Yeah, Moses leading the Israelites out of Egypt.
I do, and I think that they came back and they were acting fool over some cow.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because, like, when we look at, like, the censuses of Egypt, doesn't demonstrate the mass exodus from Egypt. Nor do we see,
That's
like,
okay.
find any archaeological evidence in which demonstrates this to be true.
That's okay. Maybe the writing in the text is a little inaccurate to what actually happened because it happened so long ago. But could you imagine, like, okay, imagine telling a group of people, like, okay, hold on, I'll be right back. Like, trust me, I'll be right back. Like, I'm gonna come back with some cool laws and commandments, right? And then you come back and they're all worshiping like a golden cow.
That's
I'd be
crazy.
tweaking out, bro. I'd be pissed. I'd be like, you're all tweakers, bro. Like, I don't know. Imagine getting like divine revelation from like a god and then telling people and then you come back and they're worshiping a cow. Like, you're sick.
That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying.
I do find it crazy that people literally worship the shit that comes from cows.
Dude, like Indians? Like Hindus? Sorry, not India. I'm sorry. I mean, Hindus. Like, Hindus worship cows and like goats and stuff. And like
Do
Krishna.
you believe in ghosts?
Do I believe in ghosts? Ooh.
Yeah.
I guess technically, like on a technical level, but wouldn't they just be like demons? But
I don't even know about that because, like, I'm pretty sure, like, demonology is very unclear within Christianity. It's based off of, like, whatever denomination that you hold to.
Maybe that is true. I think that, oh my gosh, look, okay, the Christians are gonna hate me. Like my homegirls are gonna hate me over this. But this is another thing. I don't think things like astrology are demonic. I think like fortune telling is probably demonic, but I think like that goes into like,
what's that, like tarot cards?
no, tarot cards are bad, but it's like the study of the stars and how they and the planets and how they affect like humans and animals and stuff. But I don't think the study of them is necessarily sinful. I think it's actually pretty accurate.
Did you even affirm that it's sinful? I don't even remember that.
Yeah, because it like there are different denominations that argue that it's a form of sorcery, but like it is if you use it to tell your fortune, yeah, and like dictate and determine your, But like, look, if I say that Jupiter is in a planetary position opposing Mars at like the 19th degree, and I'm probably going to feel a little queasy today because of it. It's probably just like a fact of reality. Because we're all orbiting around the same sun and we're all in the same link.
What's the evidence for that? I'm just kidding. Oh, Mermaid's saying something. I think Mermaid's crashing out in the comments. She's not joining.
No, she's not. Oh my god. Okay, bye. She's crashing out now. Okay, I'll
She's
leave
a
it.
little unhinged. I keep telling her, you gotta put the bong down, but she's not listening. I'm kidding.
This question is for Protect because I'm curious how Protect is going to answer it. But How do you substantiate the difference between characters in the Bible claiming to have had like conversations with angels and John Dee claiming to have conversations with angels?
Wait, can you say that again?
Yeah, how do you differentiate the difference between characters in the Bible having conversations with angels and John Dee having conversations with angels?
John Dee. I don't know. I guess it depends on the person. I guess if John Dee is a reliable source,
What makes one reliable?
I don't know. That's an interesting question. Um, I think we had this conversation before. If this is a guy who's like a habitual liar, that might be the case where he's probably not the most trustworthy. Um, so I don't know. I guess I don't know if you're divine revelation. You could say. I don't know. It's hard to really say.
Well, it's interesting because, like, you know, like the whole concept of 007, right?
You mean like James Bond?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This originates from John Dee, right? In which he was, quote unquote, the court's wizard. And he was able to predict multiple assassination attempts on the Queen at that time. And he claimed to have been able to do so because he can conversate with angels. He even wrote an entire book on like angelic language and how they speak. And this was all given to him via communication through angels.
Well, here's the thing, right? He could have spoken to somebody, but who they might not have been angels, might have been demons. So who knows? Maybe they're masquerading around.
Would that also be true for the characters of the Bible?
I mean,
It's the word of God.
Right, but this would still be contingent upon the claims in the Bible, which claim to be conversating with either God or an angel of God.
To be fair, you asked our view. So if we take the Bible to be the word of God, that would be the distinction.
Like when you think about it, if Christianity is true, all other religions would be compatible because we would just believe that all those other religions are just demons, like Islam.
Real.
Yeah, like they're like Islam and Hinduism, like they're just demons, like trying to confuse people.
Can't that also be true for other religions? Like if we presuppose that Islam is true, then Christianity is just like a bunch of demons.
Yeah.
Well, no, we can't do that because Islam relies on the Christian text. It takes Christ to be the prophet.
I mean, that's a claim that needs to be substantiated still.
You need me to substantiate that? Okay, yeah, I can do that. Give me 1 second, I'll find the...
In the meantime, I'll be praying to Mother Mary, so I'm gonna mute myself.
Don't do that.
I think he's saying that he's giving Wisa to Mother Mary. That's only preserved for God.
Yeah, not worship. I'm just teasing them.
Tease me, Protect.
I already don't like the sound of that. Just sorry, I'm married. Sorry. I mean, we have been looking into Mormonism. So yeah.
My sister, I was gonna send a bunch of Mormons to her house.
Oh my gosh, they're nice people, but them coming door to door has to be a pass for me. Yeah.
The damn ads keep popping up on my YouTube.
Yes,
and it's
on
like,
YouTube.
okay,
I
I'm
get
gonna
it
start writing some
everywhere.
names, bro.
I get it everywhere. They're not even like hot or cute or anything. I probably should be saying that, but they're not even like. Oh my god.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm a simp, but like, I'll be a Mormon for a pretty girl.
Oh my gosh. I need to get YouTube. I thought I already, subscribed to YouTube Premium, but I got those ads more than any other ad ever. It's always about Mormonism. Man, they're paying YouTube a lot of money then.
How to pronounce this Islamic text, by the way.
If only we could get Mac in here, but everybody hates me for paneling him.
Dude, that guy's a fucking weirdo.
Yeah. Language.
I think it's warranted, but yeah, sure. How is it not? It's edifying, right? We're calling out evil or exposing evil. It's not like a slur. Slurs are never
A
just.
little bit unhinged. Mac is a little bit unhinged. Not gonna lie.
The dude defended a pedo.
Unhinged.
No,
defend
we tolerate you, but Mac, like, this guy always crashes out.
Not to mention he defends pedos. But yeah, anyway, the citation I had was Al. I'm gonna freaking butcher this. It's AL-ANKABUT 2946. Says, do not argue with the people of the book unless gracefully, which is talking about the Jews and the Christians, except with those of them who act wrongfully and say, we believe in what has been revealed to us and what has been revealed to you. Our God and your God is only one, and to him we say we fully submit.
How is that revealed?
I don't know. This is their text. They admit that they claim that our God and their God is one, that they fully submit.
Yeah. I think usually like the Muslims will say I think it's revealed because the Quran is, what's the word that they use?
Or the inspired like word of God or something? Or
No, they don't use inspired. They it's not tainted. It's not corrupted. They want to say it's an uncorrupted book. But it is corrupted because like we had the big book burning of the Quran, and then after that they pick and choose what was going to be in the book, and then there's also a lot of things.
Well, here's the thing. Dang, you should speak to Mango. Mango knows a lot more about that. But again, she hates me too. I don't think Mango has acknowledged my existence in like 7 months.
Mango hate you? What?
I asked her to make me a logo for something, for like a T-shirt, and she didn't really. I mean, she kind of made it. I've been like constantly asking her. It's like I don't think she's ever said hi to me or acknowledged me since then. Literally, nobody likes me on this app anymore.
Same though.
Wait, what'd you say?
Same here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably racially motivated. That's a little bit unfair, but
I think it's racially motivated.
Yeah.
Like Mac, people like you and people like me. It's because we're black.
Yeah. 20 racism in the big 2026.
TikTok of all places.
I really noticed a lot of these people are pretty bad people and very childish. A lot of these people, especially certain groups.
Like Catholics?
No, but there are definitely some Catholics in that group. But I mean, like I said, the drama of Mermaid, you can definitely sell some not very good people. BRB.
Yeah, I grant that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of funny because like a lot of people were like saying that like I went pro-choice because I wanted to get more followers or whatnot, but like when I went pro-choice, like the majority of my followers blocked me. So
W those followers.
What?
I'm kidding. I don't believe in canceling people. Maybe except like predators. But that's it.
Yeah, I think we would agree on that.
You know what I hate? When your phone is out of storage. It's one of the worst things to happen.
You know what I hate? Is when a Catholic thinks they're right.
I told you I'm not a Catholic.
Even inquiring Catholics, they're still pretty long gone.
Told you now I'm inquiring Mormon. It's my wife's idea. So there's the fundamentalist Mormons. I mean, we don't agree with them, but the polygamy.
Protect. When we look at like the scale, right? On the right, there's going to be like the truth, and on the left, there's going to be like the not truth. Catholics it's like in the middle right there somewhere, and you're moving to the left. You need to move to the right.
Okay.
Don't go towards Mormonism. That's to the left. Start moving the other direction.
Okay, we'll try. All right. Wait, where'd he go?
I don't know. He just dipped. We started talking about Mormons. He must be like a closeted Mormon.
He did say he was into polyamory. I'm not sure if he was joking, but yeah,
I would try it.
yeah. You never know these days. I don't know if I should do a restart or end. I've been live for like 4 hours.
You can do whatever you want, but I gotta go live in like 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, I'm gonna end. This has been an amazing conversation with people. Until next time, I'm definitely gonna do some more reaction videos to some debates. I might watch a Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson debate, as I've been hearing.
I'm only like an hour into that. I need to finish that too.
Yeah, I have to watch it. So yeah.
Well, have a good night.
Oh, have a good night.
Even though you're Catholic, but yeah.
Oh, you didn't miss anything. You just missed Genesis being Genesis, and True being confused. Anywho, have a good night.